Thanks, Kate.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of Finance and Administration on Thursday, January 14th, 2021 to order. Before we get going, can I just get a thumbs up from the elected that they all got the addendum sent out late yesterday afternoon? Everybody got it? We're all good? Excellent. I just didn't want to get to that part and people go, oh, I didn't get that. Has roll call been taken? I'm looking for Connie. There she is.
Yes, through you, Chair to committee. Yes, roll call has been taken.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. Can I get an adoption of the minutes of the previous meeting held on November 12th, 2020, please? Moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Hunt. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Excellent. All right, we have no delegations, so I will turn this over to Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. First item in my report is information with respect to accessible documents, and just a note that we were picked at, actually item 1 and 3 most certainly relate. But item 1 is just a note from Northumberland County in terms of what they are proposing as an interim measure to deal with their website and accessible documents. We are absolutely in the same position, hence the reason it has gone into the report. Our challenge, to summarize quickly, is that we're able to make the reports that we do in-house accessible as per the legislation. However, when we receive external documents from an outside source and we attach them to reports and they're PDFs or another type of format, it is very challenging for us to continue to be in compliance. So until we find a solution and work with the folks from the Ministry of Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities folks from the Minister for Seniors and Accessibility, we are going to have some challenges with our website. This is something that I did speak to a couple of the local CAOs about yesterday. I've had a quick conversation, I think, with Annette on this, and Robin Paquette from Arnprior as well yesterday. So it's something that I'm going to raise at that table as well, because they're all seeing the same challenges. You know, I'll let Rose jump in if that's okay, and Rose can explain how onerous it is to make these documents accessible.
By all means, please go ahead, Rose.
We've had 2 training sessions within the last 3 months, I think it is. And there was one trainer that could not even convert our documents that were already in PDF. And this second instructor indicated that Adobe and Microsoft don't always talk to each other. And so it's going to be very difficult to convert anything that's in Adobe. So we try to work through it and we try and get as close to it as we can. But for now, we won't be able to get everything converted.
Thanks for that, Rose. Appreciate the explanation.
If I may, Chair, I'll move to item 2.
Please.
Item number 2, Chair, in the report is the communications efforts to date. Again, a big focus of those communications efforts, both social media have been online, so Twitter, Facebook, and you'll see all those postings that are led by Mike Barber and the communications folks. Fantastic job, and my hat's off to them that they continue to pump these messages out to our community, talking about COVID, and at the same time, we're still working to promote other aspects. And again, Mike was a big part of moving forward on things like the Ontario Winter Games and media releases. So all those things continue to proceed at the same time. So I appreciate the communication staff continuing to move forward on those. Again, another big initiative that Mike is pursuing, and that is a focused initiative on making sure that our communities feed back to the Premier's office and the Minister of Health's office with respect to the value of VTAC. And again, we will continue to take a multi-pronged approach in delivering that message as well to the political leaders at the province. So again, maybe the warden would like to speak to that a little bit again. You know, I think it's critical component of our communication efforts these days. That's
Communication is key right now, that is for sure. Warden, do you want to add to that?
I don't have a lot to say, Chair. I did over Christmas in my own personal Facebook ask people to send in their stories about using VTAC to the Premier. Some of them actually, and I asked for them to copy the warden. I got a couple, which was great. But it's hard to tell if we're putting the message out, if it's actually resulting in any correspondence with the Premier. I don't know, but we're going to keep trying, and we're certainly prepared for Roma as well. So
Excellent. Yes, I would say that if anybody has delegations with Steve Clark or the Minister of Health or Mary Lee Fullerton, whomever it is, just plug VTAC at the end. I know I'll be doing that with Minister Clark, even though that's not my delegation. But certainly we need to get the message across. And in fact, if we're using VTAC in the coming months to roll out the vaccine, I think that just lends itself to another reason that we need to keep this very important program going. Thank you. Anything? Sorry. We'll continue.
Going on number 3, ma'am. And
number 3 is sort of the same thing.
Number 3 is the same thing. It's just informing committee that we are under an audit right now from those folks with respect to accessibility. They are focusing on our website, and we're having those conversations with them.
Excellent.
Chair, if I may, I'll move on to item 4.
Please.
We were directed back in October to start the process at looking at an amendment to our procedural bylaw to address the provisions relating to electronic meetings, and those will expire or not be in place as of June 2021. So the first step in that particular review was the preparation of a survey. So just over the holidays, I put something together and I've attached it to this report for council's consideration. And again, this will only be one component of the work that we do at the staff level. And if you see that the attachment as appendix, I think it's on page 8 of the report, you'll see the 6 questions. Brian, Councillor Hunt did have a question for me the other day. I said I would get back to you, Councillor Hunt. I apologize, I haven't done that yet. And I will follow back up with you. But I did reflect on the conversation that was ensuing. So you'll see there's 6 questions there. And I think along the way, I will add a 7th question. And that question would be, should the provisions relating to council participation in electronic meetings only apply during a declared emergency? And that will be one of the survey questions as well. So that will also help direct staff as to the amendments to the procedural bylaw. And then I will go to
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'll move to the resolution in my component of the report. You just broke up a little bit there, Chair, but I think you suggested I read the resolution.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So under Community Services Committee, that the Finance and Administration Committee recommend to County Council that the Social Services Committee be renamed the Community Services Committee and that the terms of reference be amended to reflect this change. So we had the resolution passed and the Community Services Committee made that change at committee level. This is an amendment to that document and the terms of reference that is included in our procedural bylaw, and looking for the approval to make the changes to the procedural bylaw. Thank you,
All
Chair.
right, so since we're on this, why don't I ask for a mover and a seconder on this resolution? Moved by Councillor Brose, second by the warden. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Yes, Councillor Sweet, you're on mute.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't cause any confusion within the town of Petawawa. Our community center and our department is called Community Services. So I'm sure they'll get a few calls looking for social assistance, which in fact is not theirs. So just I just hope it doesn't cause any confusion with our community facilities. Okay. But I'm in
Thank
favor
you for
of,
that.
yeah.
Maybe we'll warn staff of that if they're not in the know. Is there any other discussion? Then I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Oh, there was a question,
Sorry.
Chair. Councillor
Sorry.
Don.
Yeah, yep. Sorry, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that probably is going to conflict with quite a number of municipalities likely have community services. Perhaps we can provide the times for the arenas to the former social services desk that they could advise when those arenas may be open. The only thing that I'm presuming that it is an unstated part of this, but that all letterhead, et cetera, immediately be changed over to community services as well, upon council approving this.
Yes, once the terms of reference are changed and the procedural bylaws changed, that will happen at an administrative level.
Excellent, thank you. So is there anything further on this resolution? Okay, I'm seeing none. All in favor? Thank you. We'll go back to information item number 1, the accessible documents. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do note that on the county website, the agenda reports for this week's committee meetings were posted, although there are a couple that still have not been posted. They specifically are the Operations and the Development and Property Committee. I'm looking at that as I'm speaking. But of course, as noted in the comment, these are simply the agenda reports themselves without any of the supporting documentation. So I understand the constraints, the headwinds that we're bumping into with respect to accessibility. While that is in place, then what I would recommend for each of council, I think you go back to 2015 or 2016, when we made the decision that all agenda reports would be made available to all of council, even those outside of the particular committees, that if it makes us in conflict with the Accessibility Act, I wonder if those could be posted on the intranet, the password protected intranet for each of council to be able to download or review the agenda reports, the entire agenda reports for each of the other committees that they don't sit on. It would certainly be consistent with one of the items that Councillor Sweet had acknowledged in the Strategy Corp documentation of the exchange of information amongst those who don't sit on some of the other committees.
Mr. Morrow, is that possible?
Thank you, Chair. I would defer that question to Rose.
Okay,
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe that's already happening, but if it's not, I will certainly go back and we'll make sure that they stay there for a little longer. I think maybe they've only been left there for a year, but I'm not certain of that.
okay, thank you for that. Something, an action item to look into. Yes, Councillor Donahue.
I did go looking through the portal, the password protected portal, and they are not there. This week's were not there as well, and I just would recommend that hereto forward that they be posted there. In the absence of that, if that's not permitted, then if they simply be distributed to each of the councillors, each of us know which committees we stand on. If we have an interest in them, they're available to us. If we do not, the delete button is not hard to hit either.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think if you're not on the committee, then maybe you don't get the Zoom invitation, but you still get the flavor of what's going to go on at the meeting, and then you can chime in on YouTube. Are you okay with that, Rose?
Yes, absolutely. I thought that was already happening, so I'll just make sure that it will from now on. And we can go back a few years as Councillor Donahue had requested.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further on number 1? Anything on number 2, communications? Councillor Brose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Paul had said about the great job that the communications team are doing. I know from our council and staff, they certainly do appreciate the timely messages that are being sent out, and just the accuracy of the information that's coming from the county has been great in helping us manage this whole COVID crisis moving forward. So again, thank you, Paul, to all of the communication teams.
Yeah, maybe we can get that message out from all of us that we really appreciate it. Thank you for that, Councillor Rose. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly echoing Councillor Brose's comments. In the midst of pandemic, I will, as a caveat, it must be accurate, but there is no such thing as too much information provided out into the community. I think, in fact, of the fireside chats made famous by FDR in the U.S. During the war years. When we are in the midst of a marshaling of all of the community resources to meet head on this pandemic, there is no such thing as too much information. So as Councillor Brose has suggested, immense commendation to all those involved in keeping this out in front of our community at all times. And each time when there is fresh information, it is provided. And also, and I certainly, in doing this, have to commend you, Madam Chair, within your role in Bonnechere Valley, have done an outstanding job as being a communicator to your community. So kudos to you as well.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we, when this all started, I mean, we had a pretty robust communication plan here in Bonnechere Valley prior to COVID. But after the fact, we really stepped it up. So we moved our quarterly newsletter to monthly. I do Ask Mayor Murphy segments every 2 weeks on Friday afternoons that can be viewed on YouTube. We put out a news release every Friday at 10 a.m. So we've really amped up our communication because we all know in the void, people will make stuff up. So thank you for those kind words, Councillor Donahue. Is there anything further on communication? Seeing none. Number 3, the desk audit. There's a part of me that's glad that they're doing an audit with us so that they can actually see firsthand the challenges that we're facing to meet the legislative requirements. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing. All right, number 4, the council survey. That should be very interesting. And we did number 5, so I will ask for a mover and seconder to accept the administration report, please. Moved by Councillor Donahue, second by Councillor Hunt. Anything further? All in favor? And I will turn this over now to Mr. Foss with the Treasurer's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the Finance and Administration Committee. So my report begins on page number 9 of your package, a number of information items. Item number 1, just a review of in 2018, we did have a resolution that directed staff to automatically check what the CRA maximum mileage rates were for the upcoming year. And we did that for the 2021 period and noted that CRA is not announcing any changes to their current 59 cent per kilometer for the first 5,000 kilometers and 53 cents for all those kilometers in excess of 5,000. And so that remains our reimbursement rate for travel for County of Renfrew. Item number 2, on an annual basis, we do receive a report from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We got one for a Christmas Eve present, December the 24th, which was their financial indicator review for the 2019 year. Essentially, all of our indicators remain in the low risk area, except for the asset consumption ratio, which has been flagged as moderate, but that moderate risk indicator is unchanged from our previous years. Item number 3, on Friday, December the 11th, our Provincial Offences Administration staff began the process of moving office locations from 141 Lake Street to 7 International Drive in Pembroke. And on Tuesday, December the 15th, our office reopened in this building for business. So we are very pleased to have all of the POA staff working in this building, although it's somewhat unusual circumstances right now, given COVID and the construction project, which is ongoing. We are happy to have them here. And obviously a big thanks to all of the folks in the Development and Property Department and Information Technology who helped to make this transition as smooth as possible. Item number 4 is our annual reporting to this committee on workload activities. You will note that at the bottom of the 5 months individually listed, we have totals for the year 2020 in comparison to the 2019 period. You will see a significant drop in 2020 of 2,000 charges from 10,005 last year to only 7,971. That is a 20.3% drop in the amount of charges that have been received. And this committee may recall that at this time last year, I was advising committee that 2019 was a 18% drop from the 2018 period. So we are seeing significant and ongoing reductions in the amount of charges that we have received. About the 4th column over, you'll see that payments processed are almost also down, obviously as a direct relation to the amount of charges that have been received. And license suspensions in 2020 were only 304 compared to 1,416, and that's because early on in this pandemic period, March, I believe it was, the Chief Justice directed that we suspend all enforcement activities and specifically driver's license suspension. The new and revised date is until February the 26th of 2021. Item number 5, we have attached as Appendix 2 a revised notice to the public regarding POA matters and just indicating that all in-person POA matters scheduled until January the 22nd, 2021 will be rescheduled. And as we approach January the 22nd, I suspect that, that these dates may yet again change. Item number 6 deals with our insurance renewal for the 2021 year. And in an email dated on December the 30th from our broker, MIS Insurance Services, they advise that they are still working with our underwriters to finalize our 2021 renewals and have requested a 2-week extension. I have highlighted for you some of the horror stories that are going on throughout the province of Ontario for municipalities with respect to the renewal. Our broker was indicating that at that point in time, there was an expectation that our rates may increase by up to 21%, which has a $115,000 impact on our operations. I can say that this has been a long and drawn out negotiation process. I'm afraid to report to committee that I'm all out of negotiating tricks. And over the past 5 years, our annual premium increases have been less than 1%. And so that is, those opportunities are no longer available to us. The market has hardened. And in fact, last night I did get confirmation that our rates will rise. I think it's about 20.9%. And so this will be an item that we'll discuss later on in today's committee meeting once we get to our budget discussions. So this will have a direct impact on the 2021 budgets. Primarily all budgets were estimated to have insurance rates increasing by 3%, and we are facing a 21% increase. Item number 7, at our November Finance and Administration Committee meeting, we were asked to investigate the possibility of restructuring our debt. and specifically our Infrastructure Ontario debentures, which had rates in excess of 3%. We had one of them at 3.01% and a second at 3.08%. And on page number 12, we are indicating the summary of our investigation in that the penalty to get out of our first debenture at $4.75 million, which matures in 2032, is a $404,000 penalty payment. And in order to get to a break-even point, if we were to go ahead and exercise that penalty clause, we would have to find a debenture that that we could structure for an interest rate of less than 1.25% for the next 11.12 years in order to break even, in order to cover that $404,000 loss. The second debenture, which will mature in 2028. The penalty for that debenture is $254,122. And likewise, we would have to find a guaranteed debenture rate of less than 0.92 of 1%, locked in over a 7.3-year period in order to break even on this process. And we are advising this committee that we are unable to find a quote for financing that would meet either one of these break-even points. And although it was an interesting exercise to have a look at, we are not recommending that we explore this any further. Item 8, really an update from the MFOA, Municipal Finance Officers Association, on the federal fall economic statement, and that is attached as Appendix 3. Of course, as a treasurer, my eyes go directly to page 40, where the federal government is indicating that they will encounter deficits over the next 6 years of $650 billion, which will move our net debt from its current $800 billion position to $1.4 trillion. The first time in Canadian history that we will move in excess of $1 trillion in federal debt. Item number 9, on an annual basis, we do receive from the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation a notice of their charges for the upcoming year to the County of Renfrew. They are indicating a 0% change in total for all MPAC bills that are going to all municipalities. The charge for the County of Renfrew, which is done on a proportionate basis to our weighted assessment as a percentage of the entire weighted assessment in Ontario, the change. So our charge for 2021 will be 1,546,566 compared to last year's 1,555,448, representing a 0.57% decrease for the County of Renfrew. That decrease has been reflected in the budgets that we will present later on today. Item number 10 is a tax exemption request for Camp Lutheran. And at our November 12th meeting, committee reviewed a letter that was dated July 12th from Camp Lutheran for 2 sections of land, specifically those roll numbers, asking that those sections of land become exempt. This committee reviewed a staff recommendation at that time and did adopt a resolution stating that that request for exemption not be approved. On November the 24th, we received a second letter from Camp Lutheran in response to the information contained in the November 12th Finance and Administration Committee background document. And on November the 25th, as Finance Administration was participating in the County Council session, the chair asked that we that we sever this resolution item and direct this matter back to the January Finance and Administration Committee. And we are here today bringing this matter back before you. In the meantime, Camp Lutheran has requested and received permission from the clerk to appear as a delegation at our February the 11th meeting, noting the size of the package today, as well as the budget discussions that were taking place. An agreement was reached that we would hear that delegation on February the 11th. Item number 11, attached as Appendix 7 is a letter from Heather Daly, the acting CEO Director of Corporate Services for the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, indicating that pursuant to Section 72 of the Health Protection and Promotion Act, the Board of Health estimates that will be required to defray their expenses for 2021 is $1,733,289. That represents an 8.5% increase over their 2020 request for funding. The committee is reminded that the 2020 committee request for funding was 10% higher than it was the year before, and this committee, via resolution in January of 2020, requested that the warden send a letter to the Renfrew County and District Health Unit seeking clarification and rationale for this 10% increase, including the following bullet points, and I have those listed for you. In addition, we have attached as Appendix 8 a copy of a letter dated October the 30th from Warden Murphy at the time to the Honorable Christine Elliott, Ministry of Health, requesting clarification on the announcement from the Premier that no municipality would experience an increase greater than 10%. And we also sought clarification on the maximum increase to be allowed for 2021 and beyond, because the first announcement only dealt with the 2020 year, and to date, we have not received any response. And Madam Chair, as you mentioned, we do have an addendum. There are two other information items on the addendum. That's item number 17, the Treasurer's Report for November the 30th, 2020, as well as a letter from the Board of Health summarizing the statement of remuneration and expenses paid to the members of County Council who are appointed to the Board of Health. Perhaps I would stop there, Madam Chair, before we move into resolutions.
Yes, thank you for that. All right, so we will go back to information item number 1, the CRA mileage rates. Nobody's driving right now anyway, so what does it matter? Number 2, the MMAH. Number 3, the POA office move. That's exciting that they're back in. Number 4, the administration workload on POA. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly on a very superficial, perhaps, level, I would have to be happy that apparently our incidence of issuing of POA charges has dropped, but statistically it's improbable that that's been happening. Now, I do know that the pandemic will certainly have had an impact here, but we have seen this decline. It did not start in 2020, as Mr. Foss has noted. I wonder, this certainly provides a very high-level snapshot of this, but perhaps, if not too onerous, there could be a chart prepared for County Council that might show a line chart comparing even the last 5 years. All we're looking at here are 2019 and 2020, and certainly the drop from 10,005 to just under 8,000 is a very significant drop, and I dare say that it is unlikely that it is from a much more rigid adherence to laws and restrictions. Certainly the era that we're living in right now would suggest that our adherence to the rules is not ideal. So I just think that it might be more informative if that's something that could be possible, of simply that overall total charges received as a line chart over the last 5 years.
Mr. Foss, is that something that you can put together for us?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, we certainly can go back in history and prepare another chart. I just want to understand, is that coming back to this committee at the next meeting of the committee? Are we preparing something for county council?
My druthers would be for county council, since this is in front of us now, that would be part of the package that is indicating the drop. That was certainly of principal concern when Mr. Foss was presenting this, the substantial drop, that I think that would, in a graphical sense, perhaps convey that substantive drop. This is not the first time we've been down this path. So I think that ideally it would be for county council if it can be prepared for that, but if not, for the next finance and administration in February and on to county council in February then.
Thank you for that. Councillor Brose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree with Councillor Donahue that would be very helpful information. And I'm wondering if, in addition, Mr. Foss, if that could be sent out to the lower tier municipalities, because it's something I would certainly like to present to my council as well.
Yeah, I generally just do sort of an overview with my council, just that, you know, we went down 10% or whatever, but this is dramatic. So I tend to agree with you and Councillor Donahue that some history would really help. Paul, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just looking for formal direction from committee. And I was also wondering if Jeff had the capacity right now to do this for county council. So I have two questions here.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, because we're going into budget on Monday. Perhaps we could grant Mr. Foss some leniency and move this to the February 11th F&A meeting, if that's all right with people. So can I get a thumbs up of administrative direction?
So Chair, if I may, just for the minutes, that staff be directed to prepare a report on POA for the next meeting of the Finance and Admin, as discussed at that committee.
Yep, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else on POA workload? Seeing none, the court update. Number 6, the insurance rates. This is disgraceful, and anybody that's in small business, we are experiencing this as well. Our insurance at our company jumped from $9,000 a year to $16,000 a year. So not a good time. Number 7, the Infrastructure Ontario early repayment. Yes.
Chair, Councillor Donahue had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Donahue. I keep missing you. Go ahead.
I am, of course, the church mouse on this committee or any other that I sit on. With respect to the insurance, I think that the county has been the beneficiary, perhaps, of flying under the radar. Our municipality took a fairly substantial increase for the current, or for the past year in 2020. That is, forecast for 2021 is not a substantial change. I'm not anywhere remotely understanding how this is arrived at, but I do wonder. We have been hearing it consistently that even those who would be perhaps skeptical of climate change, just talk to the Insurance Bureau and they will assure you that the increased payouts from natural disasters, et cetera, have driven a lot of the change. I do not know if that has an impact on what we're talking about here with respect to municipal liability insurance. But I know that there is a great deal of upheaval, so it may be outrageous, but I think that it is certainly driven by a lot of human activity at the same time.
Thank you for that. Did everybody else just get that Amber Alert?
Yeah.
Okay. That scared me. I thought it was in response to Councillor Donahue's comments.
Stay at home.
That's right. All right. Anything further on insurance? And then again, the early repayment. Yeah, I don't see spending, what is that, Jeff? 1.5% on the levy in penalties? Am I close?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I guess the issue isn't necessarily whether or not we spend the money on the penalties. It's the benefit of spending that money, and can you restructure your debt and have additional savings? And at those sorts of targets to break even, we really can't get even close to that. So it is a stay the course process for us with our existing IO debt. Just a reminder to committee, of course, Madawaska River Bridge has finalized in 2020, and we will be seeking to structure another tranche of debt for Madawaska River Bridge early in 2021, and I will bring that back to this committee with the rates that will be in effect in early 2021. So I expect some good news on those rates, given that previously we had an environment where 3% was really great rates for us to be able to debenture for a long-term period. So I expect those rates to be even lower moving forward.
Thank you. So anything further on the repayment? Councillor Donahue.
Much thanks to Mr. Foss for this exercise. It was my request at the November FNA, and I do not know what the current rates are at IO. What I will say, though, is that the forecast is for interest rates to remain very low. What I can disclose to the committee on debentures that we issued in 2020, we do in fact have interest. Mind you, this is on 5-year, not 10-year, and our interest rate is 1%. Even on the 10-year interest, I think it was at 1.2%. Now, I have no idea what the rates will be today, or in fact at the time that the final documents are signed by IO, but I would certainly venture to guess that they will not be substantially higher than that. So when Mr. Foss has suggested that they are likely to see some savings over the interest rates of the two that are shown here, I think that it is an understatement for sure. As we are going to not fully engage in the budget today, but rather departmentally, but certainly on Monday and Tuesday, it is something to bear in mind as well on whether there may be opportunity through debt financing to provide some relief to the ratepayers in Renfrew County on a taxation basis. So I think that that's at least something to give consideration to in the future, but I much appreciate the efforts that Mr. Foss put into reviewing this.
Agreed. And it never hurts to go back and look. It's not a bad exercise. We've done it a few times here in Bonnechere Valley, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I think it's always a good exercise. So thank you for that, Councillor Donahue and Mr. Foss. All right, anything further? Oh, Councillor Donahue.
Sorry, it just now, and I apologize, Madam Chair, it just jumped into my head. I do know that we have a substantial financing facility, and I'm not entirely sure who it's with. I know that Mr. Foss identified into the financial markets, and I think it was something in the order of $5 million. I think it's the single largest outstanding debt that we have. Was that reviewed as well? Because I think that interest rate was something over 5%, if I recall.
Mr. Foss?
I'm just in the background trying to find my debt schedule just to have a look at it.
Yes, Councillor Donahue.
If I might, Madam Chair, I just went to the financial statements from year-end 2019, and it's a long-term debt issued by the corporation bearing interest at 5.656, payable at April 4th and October 4th of each year, including principal. It's probably slim savings, if any, because it matures in October of 2024.
And maybe
So-
for now, we could leave that with Jeff, if he could maybe get back to us and we can move along. Because
Absolutely.
I know that there's, we're going to have some lofty discussion here about budget. So I'd like to keep this train on the tracks. Jeff, are you okay with that?
I've just pulled up the debt schedule, and of course we have a couple of debt issues, specifically one related to Miramichi Lodge, which was structured over a 20-year period, and that one we borrowed that money so that we could have the present value of that to redevelop Miramichi Lodge. So that 20-year debt is essentially hard written into the financial markets. We already have that money. We've essentially dedicated those payments to the capital markets until 2024 to repay that Miramichi Lodge debt. We received $7.65 million in present value for that 20 years of $10.35 per bed per day over 20 years times 166 beds with the Miramichi Lodge debt. So that's not one that we're going to be able to restructure. We didn't even consider that one. That one's off the table for us.
Thank you for that. Okay, anything further on debt repayment? Seeing none. The MFOA fall economic statement. Number 9, MPAC. As much as I don't want my property reassessed and our taxes to go up, I mean, this is what helps with the levy. So this is a bit of a double-edged sword, I think. Anything on this? Seeing none. Camp Lutherland. Yes, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, it was on the previous. I do question, of course, the assessment was to have been done in 2020 and was set aside because of the pandemic. But I do wonder what actually we received. I acknowledge that we've seen a 0.57% diminishment. But what was the business that was being done by MPAC, since there has been no change to that which was in place in 2020, I would have thought that there would be a much more substantial decrease in what we're funding, given that the principal, well, I shouldn't say, I'm not sure entirely what their business model is, but it seems a significant component is reassessments, and none were done. So I am curious. I would have thought there would have been a lower rate for 2021.
And it was my understanding that MPAC was actually shut down during the state of emergency. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like they halted all operations for months.
I wonder if do we get a breakdown through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Foss? Do we get a breakdown, somewhat of an itemization of what it is, in fact, that we're paying for?
And through you, Chair, the documents that are attached to the report are essentially all that we see. Those are excellent questions around the cost structure for MPAC in 2020. Those questions would have to be directed to the MPAC board for a response.
That being the case, Madam Chair, I was prepared to move that over the warden's signature, a letter be sent.
Yeah.
Precisely as Mr. Foss had identified to MPAC, seeking answers to those questions of what precisely it is that we are compensating MPAC for, since there seemed to be a suspension in their business in 2020.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, so I'll second that. Can I get a hands up moving that as administrative direction for the warden? Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay. Board of Health. The increase to our fees. I think that we definitely need some clarification of this 8.5%. I'm not sure, again, if the warden wants to send something to the Board of Health or to the health unit. Counselor, or sorry, warden.
Through your chair to committee, if that was committee's wishes, I'd be more than happy to write a letter. You know, we're all working on efficiencies. I'd love to know what the Board of Health is working, what efficiencies they've come up with in the last 12 to 18 months.
So can I just get, so I'm going to assume that the warden is moving that. Can I get a seconder for that? Counselor Peckett, all in favor? And the Board of Health will be receiving a letter from the warden. Thank you. I think one of the things that is in this resolution that concerns me the most because of years and years gone by is any surpluses. Because I know in 2015 maybe or 2016, you know, there was quite a big payback. So, you know, it's hard to justify levying for monies that aren't being used and then get them back in sort of mid-year when we've already, you know, sent out tax bills to the lower tiers for collection. Yes, Councillor Dennehy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll note that my membership on the Board of Health as one of the 4 delegates from the County of Renfrew began in January of 2015. So certainly consistent with what you had said in 2015 and in 2016, there was money refunded, not just to the County of Renfrew, City of Pembroke, and Township of South Algonquin, but in fact also to the province of Ontario. In those years, I think it was something on the order of, I know that it was north of $300,000 in one of the years. I think it was 353 that the County of Renfrew actually received as a rebate, refund, whatever you wish to call it. And I do not know, I know that there were several other councillors actually even on this committee now that had sat on the Board of Health prior to my tenure on there, that I think that had not been unusual even in the preceding years from 2015. What I will say is subsequent to that time, we have appropriately, in my estimation, that is the Board of Health, have appropriately budgeted and utilized and ended that what had become fairly common practice has ceased. Just as background on this, in 2020, you'll note, the committee will note that the province is certainly the appropriate place to raise concerns about the change. The 10% increase in 2020, we were very fortunate to have a 10% increase because, in fact, as committee will recall, the change in the old times pre-pandemic was that the province was going to only fund 70% rather than 75%, and in fact was moving to a cost share on programs that the province had previously funded at a 100% level. So we saw a 10%, that is the County of Renfrew, City and Township, all saw a 10% increase in our levy requirement in 2020 only because it was capped. The actual increase was substantially more than that. If memory serves, and I know it's in the budget documentation from prior years, I think that the actual increase to the county's levy for 2020 was something in the order of $150,000 maybe, but not the $800,000 that it would otherwise have been, but for the province picking up the 90% of the cost share reformulation. So that is as quickly as I can refresh everyone's memory on the 2020 change. The 2021 change is an increase in expenditures anticipated in 2021. I will note that to all of the municipal funders, I think the total is about $156,000. When we were deliberating that on at the Board of Health at our budget meeting, or it's not precisely the budget meeting, but to provide this letter to the municipal funders, I had suggested that perhaps we levy an extra 56,000 and draw the other 100,000 from reserves. Unfortunately, there was no seconder to that motion to utilize that because I thought that consistent with the comments of the warden, I thought that in the pandemic, the utilization of the reserves, and I'll note that the reserves are entirely the municipal reserves, as there is a reconciliation to the province at the close of each year wherein the province is refunded any monies unallocated. So that those are entirely municipal reserves. However, as I had indicated, there was not support for that.
Thank you for the history of that. I'm glad that I was sort of in the ballpark. I agree. It was, I think, 350,000 that came back to the county or thereabouts. So is there anything further on that? Warden Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can just get some clarification from Councillor Donahue. So prior to 16, so 15, 16, it might have been 17 as well, the County of Renfrew would receive a check for unspent funds. Since that time, am I correct in understanding that instead of sending us a check for the unspent funds, they're just taking our money and putting it into a reserve?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the warden, no, I am, and I apologize if my comments were confusing. No, they are. It is not being redirected. They are essentially being utilized. There are some monies set aside to reserves, but it is not the consistent with the amounts that were refunded. So if I left that impression, I do apologize. That's not what I intended to suggest. It is, and I'm very happy to acknowledge that those funds are being expended for the health and well-being of the citizens of Renfrew County and District.
Yes, Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Perhaps a question to the sitting member of the health unit. But before I ask the question, this has been going on with the health unit. I've been in these chambers since the year 2000, and this has been an ongoing battle, discussion, shall we say, with what we do with the surplus that we keep paying going forward. There was a fiscal review done in 2008 by the province of Ontario. It was a 10-year deal, then it stopped in 2018. So I can see where they're sliding away because the current government was not in favor of what the fiscal review brought to the table. So I can see a little bit of this coming forward. I think I heard you say that they were sending money back to the province, and that disturbs me. It always was the case that the money that was being sent by the province to the health unit, maybe you can help me here, was for programs. If they're not delivering the programs, why are they not delivering them? That was always an argument. And we're getting the money and then we're turning around not utilizing it for the programs that they got the money for and sending it back to the province. I think that's wrong. But maybe there's something else in there that is different than. I haven't sat in the health unit since I guess 2011. So maybe Michael, you could help me with that. Is this money for programs that they're sending back that they've not used?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Sweet. In prior to 2016, yes. It was unspent funds for a wide variety of reasons. Certainly the single largest expense at public health consisted also with the multiple municipalities is human resource and the ability to utilize all of the funds seem to have been constrained, as I said, for certainly those 2 years of my tenure. And I think for some years, perhaps when Councillor Sweet was on the board. But I do want to correct the record is that was in effect in 2015 and 2016, but that 2016 was the last year. There is still a reconciliation as there is also with the services provided, the health services provided through the county of Renfrew, that have become relatively small since 2016. As I had indicated, the change that was put in place following 2016 was to fully utilize these funds for their intended purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's, I mean, I'm now on the Board of Health again, but I haven't sat on the Board of Health since 2011 or 2012. So that's my recollection as well, Councillor Donahue. Warden Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't mean to belabor the issue and to put yourself and Councillor Donahue on the spot, but so the 8.5% increase, can we be assured that those are program related and not COVID related? Because if those increases are related to the pandemic, then the funding for that should be coming from the Ministry of Health, not from the local levy.
I think that Councillor Donahue and I can both speak to that at our next board meeting. Councillor Donahue.
Yeah, I do want to add a caveat here. Of course, this is a funding letter. I'm not sure, Madam Warden, if you recall, the budget for Renfrew County District Health Unit with detailed information will be reviewed and adopted in February. The intent with this letter, and again, this was only initiated, I think, within the last 4 years, certainly within the time that I've been on the Board of Health. It was so as to deliver the funding request to the municipal partners. Once again, the county, the city of Pembroke, and the township of South Algonquin. It is not a detailed budget at this point. But it is in its very much abridged form. It was. I'm going to pause here. I think that in the letter that you will be sending, certainly that question would be an appropriate one to ask. As the chair of the committee here has noted too, this is something that we can certainly inquire of during the budget deliberations in February.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything further on the Board of Health? So now we're going to go to the addendum to number 17, the Treasurer's Report as of November 30th, 2020. Seeing none. Number 18, the Board of Health remuneration. All right, then, Mr. Foss, we will go back to your original report. And sorry, gang, just give me a sec here. And we will go to page number 15, and you can do resolutions, please, Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Chair. So item number 12 on page 15.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Contains a recommendation that the Finance and Administration Committee authorize Chair Murphy to sign the response letter to Scott, Rosine, Black, and Locke on behalf of this committee. A draft of that response letter is attached as Appendix 11, but we have here Appendix number 9, which was the letter that we received from Karen Black to Chair Murphy, advising of their role as auditors and their responsibilities as an independent auditor. Also, Appendix 10 is a letter confirming their acceptance and understanding of the audits will be conducted with the objective of expressing an opinion on the financial statement. So, Madam Chair, we do have a recommendation and a resolution for the committee to consider.
Excellent, thank you. So I will ask for a mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Doncaster. Further discussion? All in favor? And we will move on to number 13, AMO.
Item number 13, we did receive a letter from AMO for membership fees for the 2021 year. And we do have a recommendation that the Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that the 2021 membership fee to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, in the amount of 9373.14, including HST, be approved.
Thank you. So I'll ask for a mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Sweet, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Discussion. All those in favor? Thank you. And number 14.
Number 14, also on an annual basis, we receive a funding letter, in this case from the Municipal Employer Pension Centre of Ontario, indicating that their rates have stayed the same in 2021 as they were in 2020 at $5.25 per employee who is registered and participating in OMERS contributions. For 2021, we have 566 employees, and in 2020, we had 576 OMERS employees participating. And so the recommendation is that this committee approves for the treasurer to continue to pay the Municipal Employer Pension Centre of Ontario the 2021 employer municipal contribution in the amount of $3,357.80, which includes HST.
Thank you. Can I ask for a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Discussion. I see none. All in favor? Number 15, FCM.
FCM, like the previous number of items, we did receive a copy of a membership fee invoice from FCM, reflecting a 3.54% increase from the previous year. And the recommendation is that this committee recommends to County Council that the 2021 membership fees to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in the amount of $20,800.81, including HST, be approved.
Thank you. Can I ask for a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Sweet, seconded by Councillor Doncaster. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor? All right, so we are going to move into the departmental budget. Does anybody want 5 minutes to grab a coffee? Me too. Yeah, the warden's like, yeah, we all need coffee. See, I'm way nicer than the chair of health. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for that quick break. All right, so we are going to move on to departmental budget. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Foss. Our budget starts on page 106. There are a couple of typos that or errors that Mr. Foss is going to take us through with regards to budget pressures. So I just want to put that out there because in our report, it's incorrect, but it will be fixed for budget that will be sent out tomorrow. All right, Jeff, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. And with your indulgence, perhaps I'll share my screen so that as I go through some of this commentary that we're all looking at the same document at the same time. And so I will attempt to do that now.
Thank you. And just so that everybody understands, even though I might go dark because my screen might freeze, I assure you I am here and I will attempt to see as many people as I can. But as the Chair of Health did yesterday, I will say if you have a question and I don't see your hand up, shout out to me, okay, guys? But I do have a problem with sharing of screens and I don't know why. So thank you for that indulgence. Go ahead, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chair. So similar to the review that was conducted for the other 4 committees earlier this week, we have before you a summary page indicating all of the departments that are reporting up and through to the Finance and Administration Committee. Those are the members of council, general administration, IT, HR. We do have a small publicity or public relations budget, agriculture and reforestation, the Provincial Offences Administration, Courts Department, Municipal Property Assessment Corp, something we talked about just a few minutes ago in the report, and an area entitled Financial Expense. So what you will see I've done is I've highlighted an item that is creating what looks like a 74% increase in expenditures related to this committee, or an increase of $9.6 million. This item was discussed at Operations Committee on Tuesday of this week, and I'll just jump to that particular page right now. You will see, I'm sorry, I'm just going to roll up here a little farther. So when we discussed the budget for the Operations Committee, we noted that there was a significant change or a drop in the municipal contribution from 2020 of $16.8 million to 2021 of only $8.6 million. So a very significant drop of over $8 million. And that relates to this particular page right here. So for the revenues for our Public Works Department, we separate the revenues into 2 components. One, municipal levy dollars that are used to offset the operating expenses for the Public Works Department. And they have changed by 1.6% for 2021 versus 2020 at $8.6 million. What was removed was formerly within the Public Works Department, they would levy directly levy dollars to support a portion of their capital program. And over the years, that number has attempted or has been fairly consistently budgeted in around the $8 million mark, as it was last year. Some of the challenges that we run into when we levy directly for capital projects is if for some reason those capital projects don't move ahead, we have now levied our ratepayers for projects that aren't going ahead and creating an annual surplus. If we're able to accomplish all of the projects that we set out to do, we don't have a surplus, but certainly if we can't do that, we do generate a surplus. You'll see in the 2019 column, in fact, although we budgeted in 2019 something very close to $8 million, we came in at about a $6 million actual municipal levy needed to support those capital projects. So we did not accomplish all the work that we set out to do. And so we've created in that one department a very significant multi-million-dollar surplus that by policy automatically goes into working capital reserve. And so what we're doing, and the operations committee has reviewed and approved this approach, is rather than attempting to levy directly for our capital projects, we have moved that over into the financial expense area. We'll review this in just a few minutes, where on an annual basis, we will take that same dollar figure and we will direct those levy dollars into a capital works reserve for the Public Works Department. And if they're able to accomplish all the projects within the council approved budget, that's great. We have all the funding in that reserve to take care of those projects. If they don't or aren't able to complete all the projects, that's also really not a problem from a financial point of view. Those dollars remain in the capital works reserve to be used in the subsequent year to complete those same projects. So we've avoided the creation of an annual municipal surplus by holding those dollars into reserve. And so that we will review this in detail, but that's really what's driving that line item in our, I'm going to call it our Finance and Administration Committee budget. So we will sequentially go through each one of these budgets. And I think to the chair, I can see you on my screen to the side. I will just pause at the end of each department and ask if there are any questions as we kind of go through this document.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you to do, Jeff. And I think that this is a good dry run for Monday and Tuesday for me, trying to wade through all of this. So that much appreciated. Let's do it page by page. Thank you.
So at the beginning of page 107, the first department that's reporting up through to the Finance Administration Committee is members of council. And so we have not done very much with the members of council budget. Obviously, we have a council remuneration bylaw that indicates that whatever cost of living adjustment is being applied to the non-union salary group, that same cost of living adjustment should be applied to the salaries of council members. And so on these two line items, you can see where we have identified the 1.5% increase that was approved by council in preparing the budget for the non-union group. We are also applying that to county council. The only other item that is changing somewhat is this line item where we have our really salary related benefit costs for CPP and EI and employers health tax, etc. And based on our year-to-date experience of 2020, we believe we're going to come in just under $18,000 or about 17 and change. And so we have increased that line of the budget to simply reflect the actual experience that we have for members of council. Other than that, in total, a 1.2% increase being proposed for members of council. And with that, I would turn it to you, Chair, for any questions.
Thank you. I have a question immediately. Now that we have the treasurer's report as at November 2020, is there an opportunity here to reduce the line item of council conventions, considering that even if we go to a convention, all we're paying for is the actual convention, not hotels or mileage or meals or anything else? I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity here, knowing that we only spent less than $8,000 last year. Is there an opportunity for savings?
Can I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Please.
Yeah, no doubt. In this department, members of council, and in many other departments, things like travel and professional development, conference costs, etc., are dramatically different in 2020 compared to the previous years. Your challenge for this department, as we have with all others, is that if you reduce any of these line items, for example, for convention costs, you are creating a difficulty for yourselves in 2022. Because if we go back to the remuneration bylaw, which indicates that each member of council has a convention budget opportunity, we're going to have to increase in 2022 to catch up for any savings that you want to reflect in 2021. So there's no question that you have an opportunity to do that this year. However, I would recommend that you don't move the municipal levy dollars down and up and down and up on an annual basis, but that it remains fairly level and consistent so that you provide enough funds for yourself to accomplish what you want to do, given I'm going to call it a normal operating year for the county of Renfrew.
I think my thinking was that we know already that Roma and AMO are both virtual, and seeing that we spent, less than 50,000 every single year, and in fact, less than 8,000 last year. I just thought that there was an opportunity there, but I'll leave that up to committee. Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm in agreement with you that we know that these certainly the AMO and Roma conventions are confirmed as virtual. I do note, I don't know if perhaps Councillor Doncaster can provide any more information. I think I would be astonished if FCM was not a virtual meeting. That decision point, I'm sure, has to loom fairly soon. So what I would say is, much like in a discussion from years past, when it was suggested that we don't budget for any senior government funding beyond the committed years, it seems likewise that if we know that we're not going to be spending this money, then we are essentially budgeting for a surplus here. And rather than be budgeting for a surplus, since we know that those dollars are there, I think that it would be appropriate to reallocate them. There is a budget pressure here for insurance, and certainly if 2022 and with all hope and prayer that we are in at least some sense of normalcy in 2022, we may be reestablishing that, which is probably going to see a substantial percentage increase. But I think that it certainly makes more sense to me to be reallocating that fund, those dollars somewhere else when we absolutely know that we're not going to spend them. In fact, in prior years, it doesn't seem like we've even come close to the 62,400. In 2019, it was actually 37,000. Prior year was 46. Prior year was 44. And again, consistent with, and I would like to come back at some point to the explanation about the funding all of the capital expenditure in operations from reserves. I'm in favor, by the way. But since we have the standing, that is, the county of Renfrew has a standing policy that all surpluses go into reserve. If we know that we are budgeting more than we will possibly use, then essentially we are budgeting to allocate to reserve. So I'm actually in favor of changing that line item and dealing with a change back to normal times, if you will, when that comes upon us.
Well, and to your point, Councillor Donoghue, I was thinking if we reduced council conventions and council mileage, that gives us, I know that Jeff is going to take us through the whole insurance thing, and we do have a bit of a reserve for insurance, but if we could fund that budget pressure that we know we don't have a choice, period. If we could partially fund it through those two line items, I don't know why we wouldn't. But I will open this up for more discussion. Does anybody have anything else? Let's see if I can. Brian, do you have your hand up?
Yes.
Ed, sir.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to Jeff. Jeff, if we lower these expenses, budgeted expenses, it just means that more money will transfer into the TCA. Is that correct? Because we're going to be taxing at 2.5 plus growth, no matter what we do here, and the surplus goes into TCA. So if we leave these And at the end of the year, there's a surplus that goes into working capital. So either way, I don't think it makes much of a difference. The only thing is that we could note it, that we realize we're not going to spend 40,000 here. And when we come to insurances, Councillor Murphy said we would know that we would have money to cover it. So, because I think by lowering it, as Jeff said, we're going to have a budget pressure in the year that we want to bring it back. Is that correct, Jeff?
Through you, Chair, that's exactly correct. We have, we've set via council a target for the levy of 2.5% plus growth, which wound up being 1.08% this year. The growth automatically goes into the TCA reserve. So if you're creating any savings right now in this budget, in order to make our budget balance, we would put those additional savings into the TCA reserve. If we don't change anything and we run a surplus in 2021, that surplus automatically by policy goes into the working capital reserve. Both of those reserves are designated to fund the long-term financial plan, the infrastructure plan. So really doesn't matter where the money comes from. Both of those funds are dedicated to capital renewal in future years.
But even at the very least, if we go back to normal times, as Councillor Donahue said, we're nowhere close to the 62,000. I think that's where I got hung up before I got the treasurer's report, is that, you know, there's got to be some give for this year, and knowing that we've got this insurance pressure and the ask from the EOWC for a little more money for advocacy, you know, it would be my suggestion that we at least take 10,000 out to fund that budget pressure for the EOWC. Anyway, that I know that that's a discussion for full budget presentation, how those are being funded, but I'm just trying to find creative ways here of not increasing the levy and recognizing that we aren't in normal times. Yes, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in agreement with you. I mean, the standard practice here and probably across all municipalities is we do budget to budget and not budget to actual. So our actual is never, and certainly in the line extended across to the right to 2015, we've never spent that allocation. So it is unlikely even in normal times that we are going to, and we're not in normal times. We know that those two largest expenditures are not going to be spent. So whether it's this for this particular committee or whether it is operations with their winter control reserve, if you already know that there are dollars in a line item that we're not going to come near to spending, then it seems appropriate to allocate them, and then we can adjust next year. The other thing that I would bring certainly to the committee's attention, this is a $62,000 line item we're levying now. I'm assuming we didn't see the consolidated budget this year for the first. I'm assuming we're probably levying something on the order of $45 million, which would be 450,000 would be 1%, or 45,000 would be 1%, and 45,000 would be 0.1%. So I think even if we returned a 0.5% on top of this next year, it's going to be all but insignificant. What's more significant to me is budgeting for something that we know we're not going to spend it on. Why don't we allocate it to something that we know we're going to spend it on? I would say the same thing is true. I can't see on mileage. I anticipate that our mileage must have reduced fairly dramatically as well. And I see we're even still budgeting apparently for a warden's banquet. Warden Robbins, are we anticipating a banquet? I suspect not likely in a pandemic year. So I think that I will agree with you. I'm not prepared at this point to recommend this changes. This can be presented as is at budget workshop, but I am certainly in favor of doing that. The question actually that I had with respect to the increase on the essentially the payroll taxes. Is that driven largely by, is this yet one more means of giving for the removal of the 1/3 exemption?
That's very interesting. Mr. Foss?
Well, these, through you, Chair, so these are the expenses. These are the Revenue Canada related, CPP, EI, it's not really EI, I guess, because we're dealing with counselors, but employer health tax, any of those payroll related expenses, that burden factor is reflected on this line item of the budget. You'll see that in 2019, we had a very similar position to what we are recommending this year. And so we anticipate to come in at just under $18,000 again for 2020. So simply there's a relationship between council salaries and the salary related benefit costs that we are required to pay.
Okay, and I just looked it up. We used $13,000 of mileage in 2020. Guys, I'm just thinking that when we get to budget workshop, and I didn't want anyone to be blindsided, like those two line items are over $100,000. And although, they may seem insignificant, and I agree with Councillor Donoghue. I mean, when I was the warden, we took out the line item, warden's banquet, because I didn't want one, but it managed to creep back in. And as like you can see, 17, 18, 19, it was not budgeted for, but now it's back in. So I think, although we're saying, things, if we reduce a line item, it makes it more difficult in coming years. I think that we are not in normal times and we need to fund these budget pressures in one way or another. So I'll leave it for budget workshop, but those are my thoughts on that particular slide. Was there anything else on this?
Chair, Warden Robinson has her hand up.
Excellent. Hi, Warden Robinson. Now I can see you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer Councillor Donoghue's question, no, I was not expecting a banquet. We haven't had a warden's banquet for 4 years. I don't really think we need one going forward.
Oh, we might need one next year.
All right. Was there anything? I'm going to scroll through. Anything further? I see no hands up. All right, Jeff, take us to the next slide, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just because I'm keeping track of any of these changes for the purposes of consolidating and sending out a new document tomorrow, I think what I'm hearing is we won't change any of these items for the package for tomorrow. That's correct?
I think that, it's wonderful for us to have this discussion just as FNA, but I think in budget, we'll hear different perspectives. And I'm not sure that I want to change things without having buy-in from the majority of county council, if that's okay. Does everybody get a thumbs up, or I'm just going to scroll through here? Is that the intent, guys?
I personally believe that this is the budget of FNA, and if we feel it should be changed, that we should be changing it and just noting, because it's just going to go into a bigger discussion with 17 people. We should take the position that we feel at FNA. So if we feel conventions should be brought down to 50,000, I believe we should be bringing it down, is my opinion.
Yes, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely agree with Councillor Hunt. I mean, we've been reviewing the budgets in all the committees so far. There were changes made. I think that's the whole point of the committees, looking at the budget and making their recommendations. Otherwise, we're probably just wasting everyone's time, and we could do it all on budget day. So I think as a FNA committee, if we want things changed, those changes should be made and just noted for the budget workshop on Monday.
Okay, well then, so there are a couple of things. First of all, Jeff, that 10,000 for EOWC needs to be put onto that, the budget pressure line in the previous slide. I forgot about that. And also then, well, then what I would put out to committee is we've got 62,400 budgeted for conventions and 42,000 in mileage. Last year we used $7,900 in conventions and 13,000 in mileage. So I would just ask, can I get sort of a recommendation of where we want to go? Because I have no doubt we can at least fund that EOWC pressure if that's the will of committee. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would expect that conventions are closed, even though this is November 30th is the Treasurer's report. I expect that it's closed. So, and I'm assuming that that's what you're looking for. I didn't bring that up. So, however, mileage will still have some more reconciliation because December is not included here. And I have had to travel just for connectivity. So I expect that there is still some more on mileage. But I think that certainly the conventions could be drawn down substantially. I can't recall the figure you used. I think if we cited a $10,000 for council conventions based, I think you said 8,500 had been expended there.
7,900 had been spent, and by November 30th, all of our conventions are done.
Yeah, so I certainly could live with 10,000, which is substantially more than that. It's 25% higher than what had been done. Likewise, I think the Warden's Banquet could be zeroed out. And likewise, mileage, I think you had suggested 13,000 and some dollars, even if we cut that in half to $20,000. So we would have found 22 there and possibly 50 in benefits and another 3. That's 75,000 right there towards the budget pressures. So I would recommend those changes.
So I just want
to move them
to council. Thank you for that. And I 100% agree with you. I just want to go back to Councillor Hunt's suggestion that if we're changing these, that there should be a notation so that the rest of council knows what we did. And I'm hoping that that went on with all the different departments. But does that, and again, I'm gonna have to scroll through.
Gordon, Chair, if I may, that did occur, and Jeff compiled a list for, I believe, the changes that came out of development and property. What we did was we had direction to staff to make the changes. And as we went through those, each line and provided the direction to staff, we recorded it as within the minutes as direction to staff from committee. So there was a process that we followed with a vote on each recommendation.
Okay, so then you want me to do this line by line then, correct, Paul?
I think for the purposes of the minutes, and then so we can bring it forward, that would be appreciated.
All right, so Councillor Donahue, are you prepared to move staff direction to take council conventions from 62.4 down to, what did you say, 10,000?
Yes.
Excellent. So I just need a thumbs up or a hands up from everybody that is in agreement with that recommendation. I'm just gonna. Councillor Donahue's good. Councillor Sweet. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Peckett. I got 2 thumbs up from Councillor Peckett. Councillor Brose. And Councillor Doncaster. No, Councillor Doncaster does not like this. Councillor Doncaster, would you like to speak to it, please?
No.
You don't want to speak to it?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So, Paul, I think you've got your staff or your council recommend or your committee recommendation. So Jeff, do you want to change that line item?
Absolutely, Chair, but what you're looking at is a PDF document. And so I'm making the changes in the background on an Excel document.
Good enough, thank you. So now we're going to move down to council mileage. And what Councillor Donahue is proposing is to move that 42,000 down to 20,000, which I think gives us plenty of wiggle room in the 2021 year, knowing that we're not going to Toronto or Ottawa or London or anywhere else. So can I get a mover for staff recommendation on that, please? Warden Robinson. All right, can I get a thumbs up from? Awesome. Tom, do I get 2 thumbs up? 1 thumb up on that. Oh, okay. All right. So Paul, you've got that for the minutes. And finally, the Warden's Banquet, we are removing that $3,000 from the budget altogether. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Donahue. All right, and thumbs up from everybody. Obviously, nobody's going to any banquets. Yes, yeah, even Glenn was in agreement with that. All right, that's great. All right, so now, is there anything further on this slide? So I think, I believe we're leaving the budget pressures in their own column until we get to budget. Jeff, is that the way you've been doing it? Or have you been moving budget pressures out if they're funded?
Thank you, Chair. So in other committees, there were items in the budget pressure column that staff were recommending that council considered. In some cases, they left them in to be discussed by all of county council, and in some cases, they removed them so that the document that we send out tomorrow doesn't even contain those pressures. They have been removed. So I think you're referencing this item with EOWC, and if what you're saying is that, you know, we have 77,000 reductions so far in this one department, you have the ability to fund it over here. I guess the difficulty we'll have is that, you know, we're tasked with identifying the percentage change for each one of these departments. If we add this $10,000 back into this department, we will exceed the 2.5% cap proposed by county council. What we could do is we could show some minuses, as we talked about today, in each one of the convention, the mileage, and the banquet column, and that will total up some savings that we can use to offset in the budget pressures in the other departments. That's actually a pretty good way of doing what you're trying to do in today's exercise.
I think that that's an excellent suggestion, and I'm sure that the warden will want to speak to the 10,000 as that's for more advocacy through the EOWC, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely. And, you know, one of the number of priorities, but what top of mind for me is the comprehensive review of the long-term care facilities in Eastern Ontario. That review, the results of that review should be coming fairly shortly. And there's going to be have to be a lot of push and advocacy towards that. And of course, the GIG project for EORN. So, you know, the money I think would be well spent in getting what the residents of certainly Renfrew County and Eastern Ontario need.
Okay, that's excellent. So then I think that we'll go with exactly what Jeff just suggested. We'll do the minuses and just leave that budget pressure so that you can speak to it at budget time so that everybody understands. I know that somebody thought that that extra 10,000 was that you are now the chair of the EOWC, and congratulations obviously to you, but I assured them that it was not. And so I think that Jeff's suggestion is a good one. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I think that this kind of perhaps goes to the root maybe of one of the significant challenges that I've had in each of the years that we've been budgeting, is we've identified this as a budget pressure. And yet this year, now certainly this committee at the very least has moved for changes to this, but it doesn't seem that there are really pressures when we see line items here that we know we are not going to expend that amount of money. So it certainly is a challenge in if nothing else, my intellectual approach to budgeting. When I know that those dollars aren't going to get spent there, then I know that they're going to create a surplus. Then I know that it's not really a pressure. So I'm very pleased at this exercise that we just went through here now. But it does certainly speak, I think, to one of the challenges that I've had in each year as we've gone through this exercise of how we perhaps recognize what a challenge is.
Well, and and I think that we're going to get to that budget pressure area of insurance that we'll be going through in a couple of minutes. That really is a true budget pressure that needs explanation. And obviously in our report, we got that explanation. So I agree with you. Was there anything, I'm going to scroll through. Was there anything further on this slide? Councillor Doncaster, all you have to do is shout out to me, sir.
Well, I can yell if you want. So, yeah, similar to Councillor Donahue, we've had this conversation on what is the criteria for a budget pressure. I would, at this point, I would recommend that we move this line item from the pressure column and put it into the budget column, as we know that the overall budget in this area is going to be is smaller, based on, or recommended to be smaller based on previous conversations. I would also suggest that perhaps if this is advocacy and whatever the other lines are, that this item could actually be moved up into the previous subheading of members of council, instead of it being in general administration.
But it is in fact a special project for the EOWC. This is a separate amount that they've requested. Correct, Warden?
Yes, I believe they did it last year as well as this year. But, you know, Councillor Doncaster's suggestion makes sense to me because it does have impact on council. It's a council, I think, expense. I can connect the two anyway.
Well, my one thing about moving it out the way it is, and I'm fine if you want to put it in council, but the one thing about moving it out of the budget pressure line will, as Jeff told us, will increase that 1.9 over the 2.5. And so I like the idea of showing the savings and then leaving that 10,000 so that the warden can explain the request so that everybody understands what that particular 10,000 is for. Any other comments? I see.
Yes, I guess I have one. Chair. I don't, I believe that we should be looking for 2.5 on the overall. You know, some administration might go over, council might go under, but the main focus should be to hit 2.5 for finance in total. So I'm personally not in favor of having a pressure when we have room within our budgeted 2.5%. You know, we ran into this in operations and I don't really agree with the way it was done, because if you have room to put another $100,000 in and still meet your mandate of 2.5%, well, I feel that that's the way you should budget.
Then can I suggest that we roll that 10 into either special projects or council and allow the warden the opportunity to speak to that 10,000 at budget so that everybody understands? Would that be more palatable?
That's how I feel it should be.
Like, I'm fine with that, one way or the other. I just want to make sure that the warden has an opportunity to speak to it. Warden, are you okay with that?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so Jeff and Paul, do you want administrative direction to take that 10 out of budget pressure and put it into, it doesn't matter one way or the other, special projects?
Chair, if I may, absolutely, we would like that direction, but I'm deferring to Jeff a little bit. I believe that for tracking purposes, I think it's important to continue to identify it as a special consideration for the EOWC as part of a county contribution.
Yeah, and I actually like that line item, special projects, because it's not necessarily year over year. I mean, it has been over the last couple of years, but not necessarily every single year. So can I please ask for staff recommendation to move that out of budget pressures, please? Councillor Doncaster. So I'm just going to ask for your thumbs up. Ms. O'Brien, the warden, Sweet, Donahue. James, I can't see your hand, James. There you are. All right, and Tom. All right, great. Excellent. So Jeff, if you want to, if there's nothing further on that particular slide.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I did have something on my other device here. I brought up the, I am enormously challenged now with devices, but the Treasurer's report. I note that in the budget, what is identified as advocacy/delegations in the Treasurer's report, I'm fairly sure it is identified as special events. At least that's the only place where I can find the identical $65,000 budget item for 2020. And I note that, and I do know that that I think was just introduced or at least made more robust with an expectation of more advocacy. Again, in the from 10 years ago, pre-pandemic, when there was a great deal of upheaval and change being visited upon so many things, we had set aside funding for advocacy delegations, et cetera. But there was almost nothing spent in that line item as well. It was budgeted at $65,000, and at the end of November, we'd spent $744. So again, I think that is a vehicle that is available, whether to fund budget pressures, any further budget pressures within the finance and administration budget, or budget pressures for that matter across the corporate enterprise. I think that is an available fund likewise, still within the overall heading of members of council that could finance some of these pressures. I know, as you had said, when we get to insurance, it is showing that $100,000 pressure within this committee or this department. But I think that, in fact, they're allocated throughout the enterprise as well, even though they're recognized here. So I think there is still opportunity within that line item. While I would not be prepared to reduce it to the level that we did in the other line items, because I do think there will be substantial advocacy done in 2021, though again, probably in the virtual realm. So I think that's another available opportunity to find some means of reallocation.
So you're absolutely correct. This line item was created because we were going to things that weren't conventions, not conferences. We were flying to Toronto to advocate for County Road 51. We were going to Ottawa to advocate again for County Road 51 and other, obviously other ventures, 417, EORN. So that's why that particular line item was created, was so that people that, so that it didn't show as a convention expense, so that, this was specific to advocacy throughout the corporation. So Councillor Donahue, I am in full agreement with you, and I apologize. I didn't look up the amount from the Treasurer's report, but did you have a number in mind?
Well, I want to be careful here because I do believe that is going to continue. The other item, and I know that this is not a call out, it is just the health modernization was going to be a fairly critical advocacy responsibility in 2020, again, in the old world. So I do anticipate that that's still going to happen. I think that a great deal of it is going to happen in the virtual realm. I'd be a little bit more circumscribed on this line item, but I think that $65,000, if it was reduced to $30,000, would still be a reasonable amount of money and substantially more than had been allocated in prior years.
And are you ready to make that as a staff recommendation?
No, well, not staff recommendation, of a committee recommendation.
Sorry.
I'm fine if that's what staff wants to recommend, but I'm assuming staff is recommending what's in front of us.
I misspoke, my apologies. I'm just gonna open this up for comment.
Chair, the warden has her hand up.
Warden Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you to Mr. Morrow. If I'm reading this right with the Treasury's report as of November, it's $744 we spent on this line item. But I believed that a number of the initiatives we've taken regarding advertising and promotion of VTAC was coming out of this line as well. So, and I know how much advertising is. So I'm pretty sure we've spent more than $744 on advertising and promoting VTAC.
I'm going to, Chair, if I may, I'll defer that to Mr. Foss.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, and thank you, Chair. So VTAC, of course, one of those programs which are an incremental program not considered during the 2020 budget. So all of those costs related to VTAC are tracked within our COVID expenditure report. So you're quite right, tons and tons of advertising, but our activities related to VTAC are for the paramedic efforts in testing and swabbing, et cetera. And so all of those costs that we bore are all collected within the COVID-19 expenditures and will be reported in 2020 as such.
Interesting. Yes, Warden.
Sorry, I'm not, Mr. Foss, I apologize. I'm not clear. So we're considering promoting VTAC and trying to get people to send letters. That's all considered COVID expenses?
Through you, Chair. So the expenses that we incurred in 2020 to date, specifically, I think the issue was around advertising. So all of those costs were approved and signed off and coded to the 6900 account within the paramedic services group. And so all of those expenses lay there currently. In addition to lots and lots of other PP&E costs and lots of other things that they encountered, but all of those, because they were incremental and had no budget authority to spend those monies, all of those costs were recorded as COVID-19 costs.
So Warden, are you suggesting that maybe we leave more than 30,000 in that account, lest we don't have more COVID funding and want to do more advocacy when it comes to VTAC?
Yes, and I don't know what the magic figure is. We probably don't need $65,000 next year again because we're not doing a lot of traveling. But at the same time, I don't want to nickel and dime ourselves that we're caught in a situation where we can't promote, because VTAC is just going to be one of them. Councillor Donahue talked about health and social services modernization. That's going to rear its ugly head sooner rather than later. So I think we should really try to leave this line item as close to 65 as possible.
Councillor Donahue, I will go back to you since you're the one that made the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I continue to be comfortable with the 30,000. I do note, and I know that it is complicated. The COVID has complicated the budgeting process, and I had inquired in November. Mr. Fossey in August presented a fairly comprehensive identification of both the expenditures and revenues that were COVID related. I know that we are continuing within various departmental budgets. They are showing a COVID line item in some of the departments, particularly in long-term care, possibly also in the paramedic services. I think we are showing also unbudgeted recoveries as well. But I don't think any of those, and I'm not sure where we might be capturing the safe restart, which was 2.8 million, just under $2.8 million. And of course, the province has acknowledged that the intent with the Safe Restart funding is that it be allocated both for 2020 and recognizing that the COVID pressures would continue into 2021, that it be used for that as well. I don't, at this point, I don't know, and I need to be very careful. I don't want to complicate or bog down. I know each of our municipalities got a top up from the initial Admaster and Brumley. In the initial funding got, I think, $85,000. In the supplementary funding, we got $20,000. So I don't know if the county of Renfrew also got supplementary funding on top of the 2.8 million. But I think that will still have some reserve to be carried forward to COVID-related expenses. And at this point, I certainly am cognizant of the efforts to have VTAC endure beyond COVID, but certainly at this point, primarily the advertising in particular has been driven towards what it is doing. It will continue, in my estimation, towards the critical role that VTAC will have in the vaccination rollout as well. But I remain, Madam Chair, comfortable with $30,000, and I would leave it to the committee to establish the comfort zone.
Okay, so I just want to respond. No upper tier received the bump up unless they applied for phase 2 funding. So 444 of us shared in that 296 million. Did I freeze again?
No.
No? Okay, good. So I'll open this up for discussion. I was going to say, why don't we split the difference and look at 40,000, but I will open that up for discussion.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, please, Councillor Brose.
So I'm thinking more along the same line as you suggested. I had 45 in mind, but I could live with 40. Just my suggestion.
Thank you for that. Any other warden?
I like 40.
Look at that, all of us getting along. Any other comments? So I would ask Councillor Donahue, since you're the one that made the recommendation, could you live with 40?
Grudgingly.
40 going once, going twice, 40 sold. All right, and so everybody is good with that? Yeah, I think, excellent, okay. Okay then, anything further on this slide? Seeing none, all right. Oh, Jeff, yes, sorry.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was going to jump in, and in case you didn't see my hand, but this is my last opportunity really to caution this committee. I understand what you're attempting to do, and I understand the reasons behind it, but you have just authorized a decrease of $102,400 from this budget. When this committee meets a year from now to develop the 2022 budget, you will need to increase this departmental expenses by 16.5% just to get back to where you are today. So I caution you about the nature of reducing these expenses only to next year have to dramatically increase them, and that's only to get back to the position that you're leaving today. So I know that we're all aware of that. I just had to state that for the record so that we understand the consequences of this discussion. And obviously, as you go through all of these departments, those are the, I guess, those are the comments I'd just like you to keep in mind that I know we're attempting to save some money for the insurance piece that is yet to come. However, that insurance premium will have to be funded next year. And if we can't do it from savings again, we have a dramatic increase to deal with insurance costs. So just my words of caution before we move along. Thank you, Chair.
And Jeff, I don't think any of us disagree with you in a normal time, but knowing that there is no bloody way that we can raise the levy any more than what's been proposed, especially during COVID. I mean, in a normal year, you know, we could say to our residents, well, I'm sorry, we had to spend another $115,000 on insurance and there wasn't anything we could do about it. But this year, I think it behooves us to find those savings within, especially our own council budgets, that, you know, the ratepayers are paying for us to go to conventions, to stay in hotels, and this year they're not. And I firmly believe that, and I am totally picking up what you're putting down, but I think this particular year, it's the right time to look at ourselves and say, we're not going to use that money, so let's use it for good, not evil. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in backing up your comments, the other thing that I had spoken about the challenge that I've had for a number of years, because if we are, and I recognize absolutely Mr. Foss's cautions, because of the nature of us budgeting on a budget to budget basis with a certain percentage cap. However, in acknowledging that, if we know we are budgeting for operations that we know we are not going to expend, essentially we are budgeting for capital, because this is going to be a surplus at the end of the year if we recognize a budget pressure in some other fashion. So I do recognize that, and I think that on perhaps a larger item, I'm thinking particularly of Councillor Peckett's committee with respect to the capital program, that we would need to give careful consideration to that. But when we know that we're not going to spend these unless council is prepared to say, okay, so let's revise then our standing policy that all reserves go into working capital. How about we set aside a reserves for budgetary pressures until such time as the budget is concluded in the prior year, because that's essentially what we're doing if we have a line item that we know is not going to be needed. So I'm quite comfortable, and I certainly can assure committee and council that I'm quite aware of the need to reestablish at normal is going to drive a substantial percent increase. But I am much more comfortable in doing this than in essentially budgeting for capital through our operations budget.
That's sort of where I was coming from too, but you said it much more eloquently than I would have. So I'm just gonna make sure that nobody else had anything further. Councillor Peckett. Tom, you're on mute.
Sorry, I had one computer seize up, so I'm just down to one.
Isn't this?
Just for Councillor Donahue's comments about the operations committee, we have, as far as I'm concerned, fixed that problem this year. That any monies that are not able to be spent in the current year will be set aside and spent in the following year, and not be re-levied against the taxpayers or the ratepayers. And as far as being able to tell you what the costs are going to be for this winter budget from January till April, and then again from November to the end of December, I haven't got a crystal ball. But living in the Ottawa Valley, you learn to expect the unexpected and deal with it as it happens. So perhaps I don't know whether I'm taking Councillor Donohue's comments out of context, but in future years, there will not be any large amounts left over from the operations committee to go into general reserves. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Sweet had his hand up. Councillor Sweet?
Okay, sorry, I'm now unmuted. Two things there, Chair. One, Jeff said 102,400 has been taken out. I'm down. I'd like him to go through that again and just itemize it. I've got 60,000, so I'm obviously missing 42,400, and I don't know which line items that's coming out of. So if I could get him to do that, that would be fine. And just by way of following up on what Councillor Peckett said at the DMP meeting, one of the request that came through for the committee, and I'll bring that forward on budget workshop, is some sort of consideration to do something as far as the Algonquin Trail is concerned, and that's a big number that we have to try and do something with. And I don't want to get into it at this point in time unless you want me to, Chair, but it is a big number as far as the overall cost to complete the trail, and that's a number that I would bring forward on budget day.
Yes, and I saw that number, and I think it's probably more appropriate to discuss that at budget. Thank you. But what I will do, Councillor Sweet, is ask Mr. Foss just to go through the numbers, because he's got them in his Excel spreadsheet, and is probably it's probably easier for him to give them to you than it is me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The first change that committee made was changing council conventions from $62,400 down to $10,000, so a decrease of $52,400.
Oh.
The second item was mileage, and mileage is at $42,000, and the move is to only $20,000, so that's a drop of $22,000.
Right.
The third item was the banquet, which is $3,000 to remove it, and that's been removed. And the last item is the advocacy/delegation line item at $65,000. That was the new item in 2020, and we are reducing that down to $40,000. So it's a drop of $25,000 in total, $102,400 decrease.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Jeff. That sort of just refreshes all of us. Is there anything further, or can we move on to IT?
If I might, Madam
yep.
Chair, just to address Councillor Peckett's comments, two things. When I should have been clearer on what I was discussing when I use the word operations, it is operations versus capital for the entire enterprise right across the county of Renfrew. And what I was suggesting is, because of the standing policy that surpluses at the end of the year automatically flow into the working capital reserve that is then used to finance capital expenditures. When we are budgeting for something on the operating side of the entire corporation, knowing we're not going to spend it, and thus essentially budgeting a surplus, and knowing that that surplus goes into a capital reserve, we are essentially budgeting for capital through our operating budget. So thank you for bringing that up so that I could clarify. The other thing, I certainly want to commend I had thought I would bring this forward at the budget workshop, but since Councillor Peckett has broached it, I am much relieved, actually. This was the continuing levying for capital expenditure for the actual operations committee and department was somewhat of a vestigial tale, I think, and the one that certainly stood out to me the most was the river road between Mast and Toner, because the fact that that road had to be scaled up from a a rural profile to an urban profile. There were quite a number of reasons, all of which were fully explained, and I recognized all of them. But because of the process, ultimately, we had ended up budgeting more than the actual cost of the road, because at the end of the year, there were surplus funds remaining that went into reserves. And the following year, we once again levied for that same project. So this is absolutely appropriate. So I certainly commend the Operations Committee and Mr. Foss. As I said, I think that this was perhaps a vestigial tale that was left over when we moved into the long-term financial plan process, that we had continued to levy for capital. This is much more streamlined in all of our capital expenditures flowing through our long-term financial plan and ultimately reserves. So just wanted to acknowledge that I was speaking, that is two distinct subjects.
Thank you. Councillor Peckett, is that what you were looking for? I can see you.
That's fine. Okay.
Thank you. All right. If there is nothing else, I see nobody with their hand up. So
I don't understand.
Jeff, do you want
I
to?
see nobody with their hand up.
Suri decided that she was going to join the meeting. Jeff, I'd love to get through another slide, if just in case people want to have some lunch before 1 o'clock. But if you want to try taking us through IT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think just before I get to IT, it probably I have a responsibility to highlight one other significant change that's happening in the General Administration Department, and that is with respect to the business case. And so I'm just going to roll up here to show on my screen this business case.
Right.
Health Committee yesterday heard about some significant changes that are taking place within the staffing structure for paramedic services in anticipation of not only providing community paramedic programs in 2021, but also continuing in some form with our VTAC program, as well as the creation of the community paramedic long-term care program. One of the changes that falls from that is that one of the individuals who has been working in paramedic services for some length of time has been seconded, if you will, or moved out of her sort of finance clerk role into supporting the community paramedic long-term care program. And so the director of paramedic services, Mr. Nolan, approached me and asked me if I could make a shift in 2021 to take over all of those finance related responsibilities that were formerly that clerk's area of responsibility. So I have for you this particular change, which is an addition to the finance department of one position, which is a secretary 2 position. And for the background and discussion, what I'm really doing is referencing a document that you reviewed not that long ago when Strategy Corp brought before you their service delivery review document and indicated, the fact that the current model that we have is somewhat decentralized, where we have some finance-related functions that are taking place in a variety of departments, and they specifically mentioned paramedic services. What that does, of course, is limit our ability to kind of leverage a concentration of finance folks working under the direction of one director and achieving some efficiencies or economies of scale through this collaboration and workload sharing. So what we have in the finance department is an increase of 1 position, which is in total salary and benefits at 73,777, but in addition, in the finance charges that are going to paramedic services. So in other words, this position has been funded within paramedic services for the last 15 years, and there's no change. Essentially, although the position works in my department, I will have a charge to the paramedic services department for the exact amount of the salary and benefit. So they have no additional cost increase, and neither do I in my department, other than the fact that I have some additional workload, which is actually a very good thing, and it moves us further down the road to the consolidation of a number of departments within corporate services. So I view this as a very positive thing, but it is the reason why, and I'll just, sorry for doing this, but I'll just drop back down and let you see that for the salary area, we have an increase of, in total, 99,000 plus employee benefits, but we have an increase in recoveries to other departments of $105,000. That's this new position primarily driving this, plus any other COLA related changes to the other salaries in the department. So thank you, Chair. Sorry for having to do that to you, but this was the appropriate time.
It absolutely was, Jeff, and I apologize. I knew, obviously we've all read the business case and I knew what they were, but I'm happy that you took the time to give a bit of an explanation. Thank you for that.
Sorry, Chair. Councillor Doncaster has his hand up.
My apologies. Go ahead, Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The notes that I had made on this, part of emergency services is funded by another source. So by moving this, I understand that there's a charge back to the department, but by doing this, does that affect our, if that's true, does that affect our ability of having some of this funded by the province?
And through you, Chair, no, it doesn't impact us whatsoever. We're essentially, paramedic services has exactly the same cost for this position in 2021 as they did in 2020. So we will be applying for 50% compensation for that. It's simply the expenses don't show up on the salary line for them. The expenses will show up on the admin charge line, but they are still available to be 50-50 cost shared by the province of Ontario. So no impact to us whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I'll just scroll here so I don't miss anybody else's hand up. I see none. All right, so if there's nothing further, it's noon. Does anybody want like a 20-minute lunch break, or can we keep going?
Keep going.
See if, keep going?
Keep going in my mind.
Okay, let's keep going. I just don't want people dropping like flies if they're hungry. All right, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. So the top of page 108 is Information Technology Department, and they are staying within the guidelines at 1.4% change year over year. They do have some capital items, and we will, when we get to the capital page, we'll review those requests for capital items within information technology.
All right.
I have a question, Warden, Chair.
Yep. No, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, through you to Jeff. Jeff, there is really no change from previous years, but the recoveries county of $331,000, what is that? I guess I just don't know.
Through you, Warden. So we're talking about, sorry, Chair, not Warden. Through you, Chair. So we're talking about this line item right here. So we have a number of programs, Councillor Hunt, that are cost shared programs between ourselves, the province of Ontario, and the city of Pembroke. And so if I simply reference paramedic services, because we just talked about that situation, that business case, we want to ensure that the province pays their fair share of the costs in delivering all of the costs related for paramedic services. So that's not just paramedics in the vehicles, but someone's got to run a payroll, someone's got to provide information technology support, somebody has to provide human resources department. So what we have done since the downloading took place in 1998 was create an analysis of workload for all of the people that are supporting each of these departments. And it's not just paramedics, It's also social housing or provincial offenses or long-term care or childcare or Ontario Works. All of those programs receive a charge for corporate services, if you will, IT, finance, and HR services for their cost share of running those programs. Hope that helps.
That definitely helps, I think, and Brian's nodding his head, so that's good. Just ask if they're, just scroll through here. Don't want to miss anybody. I don't see any hands up. All right. Let's move on to human resources.
So the Human Resources Department, we're reflecting a change within Council's guideline at 2.4%. Obviously, this committee and all of County Council is aware of the fact that some restructuring has taken place within the Human Resources Department, and that we are actively doing some recruiting right now for an HR manager. We are certainly anticipating that we will have some cost savings because of the restructuring that's taking place. But we also anticipate that we have a significant number of pressures on this department actually immediately today, as a matter of fact, and until we can adequately staff that department with the right size of resources moving forward. And so the CAO has directed that we ensure that we bump up a particular area of this budget, which we call it legal fees, but in the Human Resources Department, that's essentially advice and guidance from labor lawyers, if you will, for a variety of projects that are ongoing. We have 7 collective agreements that are all expired. And we have a number of arbitration / mediation / investigation activities that are currently ongoing. And so we need to ensure that we adequately resource this transition in 2021. Will it always stay at this level? I don't suspect it will, but we are currently in the middle of a transitionary phase, and so we want to ensure that we have adequate resources to be able to answer and provide advice and guidance to all of the department managers who are responsible for 900 employees working for the County of Renfrew.
Thank you for that explanation, Jeff, because that was the one line item that I had grave concerns about, but I think you've given all of us a bit more peace of mind with that line. It's a tough time all around. I'll open this up for discussion. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to Jeff, the recovery line of 528,000 with the changes and not having someone in that role today, do you think the 528 is still realistic?
Good question.
Well, all of the other departments that have presented their budgets to committee reflects the offset of this 528,000, which is charges for HR services going into their area. So quite often what you'll see is this $50,000 that we may be engaged in with professional advice and guidance. We are actually engaging in that advice for the benefit of long-term care or paramedic services or Ontario Works or childcare. So all of those charges here reflect this net position, which is using potentially some of this budget money in their department so that we can support all of those efforts on an ongoing basis. Although HR will be the primary point of contact for that professional advice and guidance, it is doing so on behalf of those other departments. So yeah, I believe this is still a correct figure because we have to distribute this to the areas that probably will be accessing that advice.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to scroll through. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. Going back to the initial lengthy discussion that we had, you'll note that within legal fees, it's showing a 500% increase. I don't find that jarring in any sense because it is $50,000. One of the things, though, that because this came up yesterday at Health Committee as well, and I didn't question it, Chief Nolan had identified a legal fee line item because of collective agreements and negotiations, et cetera. I'm just seeking some clarity from Mr. Foss on how we decide where a particular expenditure is going to lie, because it seems like in this instance, it's purchased service. It may be with respect to a legal agreement, but it seems more like it's a purchase service, whereas I would view legal fees as either defending or taking action through the legal system. So how is it that we recognize that as a legal fee rather than a purchased service?
And through you, Chair. So consistent with our history, you'll see these legal fees going back to 2015 and going back 15 or 20 years. They're always recorded on the legal fee line because this particular line item are agreements that we have for professional advice and guidance from our labor lawyers. So unlike potentially these purchase services, which reflect our employee and family assistance plan, where we have negotiated with an external source to provide that advice and guidance directly, we're paying the bill in HR and had to show up someplace. But these costs here are legal costs that we incur directly from a variety of labor lawyer experts. So any of those legal opinions that we've received or other reporting or advice and guidance are all charged against this line item.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. It does seem still to my layman's eye, perhaps, that whether this year or in the historical record, if I went looking at these things, it would be difficult to perceive those things that the County of Renfrew may be taking action or responding to action versus what is in effect an engagement with consultants to provide professional advice. So it certainly, I understand that historically, or the legacy has been that this is always there. It does seem then, from my perspective, I would like to see it broken out, because I don't know how I would distinguish between those things unless that's something that is done at an administration level as opposed to a departmental level.
So I was going to ask that as well. Is that at an admin level?
Through you, Chair, I think the only response I would have is that, legal fees across the corporation are not only recording defense of a civil action. They are legal fees. We're involved in very few civil actions, to be very specific, or legal actions which require representation in a court setting. Primarily, our legal costs are fees for the services provided to us, which is professional advice and guidance. Very, very few of these costs would be in the defense of a civil action. There is a myriad of a host of reasons why we would have legal fees, and they come even in the form of changes in the regulatory advice area, where specifically to this department, we would have changes in employment standards or occupational health and safety, or any of those areas where we are seeking some advice and guidance on how our policies have to change to respond to the changing regulatory environment. And quite often, once we pay these fees in this particular department, we distribute those legal opinions to all of County Council so that you can all benefit from some of that advice and guidance. But we certainly don't separate anywhere in our corporation legal fees in the defense of civil actions versus legal fees for advice and guidance.
Okay, Councillor Donoghue, supplementary.
Yeah, just to close, because I do think, if I recall back to the time when I was chair at operations, I think almost all of the legal fees in that line item in that particular committee or department are with respect to defending legal action. So I certainly understand what Mr. Foss is referring to, but just from a clarity perspective, there's a lot packed into legal fees, and I would suggest also, we also don't have a single line item of capital, $37 million, that could be a photocopier, or it could be laying down 10 kilometers of asphalt. So I don't need to belabor this. Perhaps at a future meeting, we can re-engage on how these things are defined. But I'll leave that at that for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'm going to just see if anybody else has their hand up for human resources. I see none. All right. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So no change in publicity or public relations, agriculture and reforestation. The top of page 109 then begins provincial offenses. Provincial offenses is these are credits. So this is a net revenue generating department. These are not expenses that have to be funded by county taxpayers. These are revenues to offset our county levy, and we are staying within the 2.5% target set by council. The only highlight that I have for you here is that we, continue to budget in 2021 the same as we have historically, and our 5-year average is exactly $1,509,000. So the budget set at $1,510,000. We discussed previously today the fact that our POA fines and charges have dramatically decreased, 20% this year, 20% or 18% last year. In 2020, we have the ability to use the federal Safe Start funding to offset any revenue reductions that we are experiencing. So when we do that reconciliation and analysis of all COVID-related costs, less direct subsidies for a variety of departments and programs, we'll understand how much of the federal Safe Start money we may need to use to support our losses in this area. Because of the fact that courts have stopped and payments have stopped, we, like all of our peers across Ontario, are experiencing a tremendous revenue loss within the POA court system. So that's something that we'll look at as we analyze our 2020 actual results. But for the purposes of our 2021 budget, we again are showing a consistency with how we budget on moving forward. 5-year rolling averages put us at $1.5 million.
Thank you. So I'll open it up for discussion on POA. Just going to scroll through here. Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Foss, certainly we had discussed that actually at item number 4 on the report, which was the 25% decline in actual charges received, which is enormously significant, and I would think is having a substantive impact on the revenues, fees, and charges. And I'm going to suggest much more so than COVID, because as I understand the measures that have been taken with respect to the Provincial Offences Act, courts are a suspension, but at some point they will take up the business. So I would estimate or anticipate that is simply going to be a suspension of fines, and refer to it as revenue, if you will, from the POA. But it seems to me a lot more substantive impact on that line item is the fact that there are significantly fewer fines being levied, which does give me concern. I'll note again that I would be enormously happy if I could believe that those that were non-compliant with the law was diminishing, that we had more law-abiding citizens across the county of Renfrew, but I do not anticipate that that's statistically likely. So I have some significant concerns, and I know that we've reviewed some information in the past. I think perhaps at this point it might be that we're talking on budgeting, that it might be again worthwhile over the warden's signature of a letter to the Solicitor General, who has the responsibility for certainly the OPP and the police services ultimately, I guess, in Deep River, asking for an explanation of why we are seeing substantive decrease in the number of fines being dispensed.
I thought that was sort of the flavor of the letter. Warden, what was your understanding, and are you willing to do this?
Through you, Chair, whatever the committee decides they want me to write, I can write.
Okay, she's so easy to deal with. Gotta love it. So Councillor Donahue, are you sort of putting that forward for committee to consider, to ask the warden to write a letter to Minister Jones?
I am.
Okay, then I will ask people to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I think this is an excellent idea.
Do you need a seconder for that, Chair?
Oh, I do? I'm sorry. Can I get a seconder? Oh, I see Councillor Peckett's willing to second. Thank you, Paul. And I think we've got a good uptake here. I think everybody's in agreement.
If that's a formal motion as per Mr. Morrow's direction, I wonder if a vote should be called on it then.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. You beat me to it. So I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor?
Actually, I think that, does the warden have a question prior to calling the vote or a comment?
I do, Chair, in that I don't think we made motions for the letter to MPAC, the letter to the Board of Health either.
I thought it was just committee.
We had a whole bunch of thumbs up things going on at that point.
I thought we had done direction to staff with a recommendation.
Well, then wouldn't this be the same?
I was under the impression that you got a seconder for those.
No, I thought they were staff direction.
Okay, but okay, well.
I think Rose has the answer.
Rose?
Rose? Help, Rose.
I just wonder if Connie can take a look back.
Sorry, I just saw Rose's hand up. That's why I mentioned.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Through you, Chair, after reviewing the minutes, it was direction only. There were no resolutions adopted.
Okay. Thanks, Connie.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Connie.
You're welcome.
All right. So with that, I'll ask, is there anything else on POA?
So sorry, but we do have a resolution moved and seconded right now.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, Chair, through you.
I need a
Connie.
vote. All right, so I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, anything further on POA? Thanks to Connie and Paul for keeping me on the straight and narrow. All right, then Jeff, let's go to the next. Obviously, we discussed MPAC.
Exactly, Chair. So we actually have a direction to staff for a letter with respect to this and why the savings aren't potentially even more than they are reflected.
Yes.
The final area is, of course, financial expense. And as I reviewed with you previously, there is a significant change of $9,620,000, and it's primarily being driven right here. 8.586 million is a brand new item, which would be what previously was held within the Public Works Department as levy dollars funding capital projects directly. So we've taken that amount from last year, increased it by 2.5%, and added it to this financial expense area of the budget. It will remain there permanently. So on an ongoing basis, we will continue to fund into a capital works reserve an amount of money that will assist us in covering the cost of financing the capital works program. Of note in this particular area, there's a couple of new items, and you'll see Madawaska River, that's the Madawaska River Bridge. There is an estimate that we would have developed during the budget development exercise for principal interest payments for us to begin to finance through Infrastructure Ontario some form of a change from our current temporary loan to the structuring of a 10-year debenture. As I mentioned earlier, we will actually bring back to this committee a number of bylaws with respect to that change as we seek to convert our current loan document. And so we're providing some dollars in this budget to begin the process of debt servicing principal and interest. Because of that, of course, this item in yellow, which is our transfer to our TCA renewal reserve, on an annual basis, that should increase by whatever council's COLA target is at 2.5%. Plus, we dedicate all of the weighted CVA growth to this line item of 1.08%. That should have created for us about $6.3 million going into the TCA renewal reserve, and it's not quite that amount, and that's simply because we have new line items here that are offsetting this new Madawaska River Bridge item. I have in highlights here and the issue that we talked about earlier today, which is our challenge related to the 21% increase in insurance premiums. And so the reason why it doesn't exist in the budget pressure column is sort of a bit of a challenge between myself and working with the budget documents. Recall that we got that information confirmed on December the 31st. And so the document that I'm working on, the Excel document, included a new line item entitled insurance pressure for $100,000, but that didn't translate into the package that went out in PDF form. So I'm simply highlighting that for you up here and highlighting the fact that we need to consider what are we going to do about this $100,000. We do have an insurance reserve for $150,000, and that certainly is something that council could consider utilizing. Earlier in the discussion today, we discussed a decrease in the council budget of $102,000. Those are savings in the budget pressure column that would go against this line item in the insurance pressure column. So effectively, I think, Chair, probably what we're going to do at this stage is just realize that this $100,000 pressure is now covered by the $102,000 savings within the council budget.
That's sort of where I was going with this, but I will open it up for discussion amongst committee. I think that that's probably the most responsible thing to do. But I will scroll through here. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, through your chair to Jeff, I got a couple questions. First of all, on the insurance, explain again why it's here rather not, because there is no real line here for insurance. So is this just to facilitate getting it in? Does the insurance show elsewhere?
Yeah, and thank you for the question through you, Chair. That's exactly it. Of course, we began the budget exercise in October, ensuring that as I met with each one of the directors and their management team, we don't leave our budget meetings until we come up with a solution that meets council's target for each of those divisions. And so given the fact that it's a 2.5% target, we ensured that we developed plans that met that target. However, On December the 31st, I spoke with our broker who confirmed that we would be experiencing a 21% increase, which was not considered in any of the budgets that we had spent the last couple of months working on. And so for expediency's sake, I've got to get it into the budget someplace so that we deal with this issue either through a change in the levy, the use of the insurance reserve, or in this case, utilizing some savings in other departments to pay for this increase and have no impact then on our levy change. And so that's the reason. It's a timing issue. It came in sort of at the 11th hour.
Okay, so supplemental. So if we put the 100 in here next year, we would see that going out and have a savings in finance expense, but we'll see an increase in expenses wherever insurance is, correct?
And through you, Chair, that's
Yes.
exactly it. We need to get in the budget document, but the actual insurance invoice will be distributed to all of the departments in all their areas. So they'll be experiencing an over budget position, but we'll have no dollars showing in the actual column against this $100,000 budget.
Thank you. And so my second question was, I was struggling a little bit with this, with the transfer to TCA and transfer to Public Works capital, but you explained it now why it's lower is because of the Madawaska debt and so on. Now, is there a better way to do this, like that we could show that transfer, to be the actual number, the 6.3, and then perhaps in the budget document have all our debt listed and our payments? I just find this rather confusing.
Oh, I see where you're going, Brian. Yeah, Jeff, can that be done?
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I don't see where Brian's going, so I'm not sure exactly how to accomplish it. Essentially, this line item of the budget, I mean, as I mentioned, as with all other areas, that number 5,722,940 from last year, because council approved a 2.5% COLA and we dedicate growth of 1.08% to that number, I should in a typical year be able to predict what that number is going to be in order to balance my budget. However, if operating expenses for all of the departments come in within less than 2.5%, I'm going to have a little extra money going into there, because our long-term financial plan indicates that we have a provision for 2.5% operating expenses throughout. If I don't do that, then I have some additional savings that I can put into this area. And as you mentioned, every once in a while, it doesn't happen very often, but when we enter into a new debenture agreement, that's some dollars that we've never provided before. So we have a new line item that we have to deal with in this current budget, which is an offset, because the long-term plan indicates that we know how much of the levy we're creating through council policies. And we have to put aside an amount as council directs for operating costs at 2.5%. I have commitments for debt servicing for existing debt or plans for new debt. And the balance, whatever's left over, is what goes into finance the long-term financial capital plan. And so this number in itself should be predictable, except for those exceptions that I just summarized for you. So there's quite a there's quite a number of elements that go into the developing of that number. But at the end of the day, it has to balance. Our net municipal budget has to balance to zero, and it's essentially going to happen through that line item, mostly because we can't hit operating expenses exactly 2.5% as council directed.
Okay, so if you were, well, first of all, so the debt principal and the debt interest is a capital expense that is netted out of that transfer. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, not exactly. I have to make sure I have enough money to pay for the the principal payment as well as the interest payments. Interest is an operating expense, but the principal should never find its way within an operating budget like this, other than the fact that you have to make sure you have enough municipal levy to be able to service your debt on a go-forward basis. And there are two components. Our annual financial statements will never show principal payments as a expense item. However, as we all know, at your municipality and ours, you have to levy enough tax dollars in order to service the debt, both principal and interest.
Okay, I think I understand it. Okay,
You're good, Brian?
yes.
Thank you for that. Good discussion. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an outstanding conversation, and I'm from this. I'm just even wondering. Maybe I'm the only one in the room. In which case, I'll at some point, either virtually or in Mr. Foss's office, have a workshop to comprehend the budgeting itself, because it has become much clearer. It seems to me when Mr. Foss said that the financial statements will not acknowledge a principal payment, but I'm assuming that it is going to be reflected in our assets as that capital is essentially paid for. It becomes an asset as opposed to a debt. So I'm presuming it's there, but it's also becoming clearer, and I understand, and I have noted that on our plan, i.e. the levy plus the COLA with each department. So the anticipated TCA contribution annually is pretty much recognized when we start our budget. But I'm presuming that the interest is also allocated from those reserves as well, as they are a long-term financial commitment that presumably, if we've decided to finance it, or certainly by policy, that $3 million, decided to finance it rather than pay for it, then I'm presuming the servicing costs likewise should be part of the financial plan as opposed to the annual levy.
Jeff, thoughts?
Through you, Chair. The long-term financial plan always accepts the fact that debt servicing is two components. One is principal and one is interest. And so the plan provides for 100% of the principal and interest payments for all of the debt that we currently have, plus any debt that we expect in the future. So that is correct. Similarly, down at the bottom of this page, and I'll just highlight it, Council made a decision in 2013 to finance the Centennial Lake Bridge project through reserves. And so essentially we borrowed some money to deal with that particular bridge, but we have a plan in place to repay that borrowing of that reserve amount over 10 years at $375,000 a year. So even that line item is included as one of the components within our long-term financial plan. So whether we go to the debt market, Infrastructure Ontario, and deal with it up here, or whether we self-finance it, the long-term plan understands that those are responsibilities that we have to service over the lifetime of the repayment, either to the capital markets or to ourselves.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up, Madam Chair. So it's become much clearer then also. So the actual transfer to the TCA reserve does, prior to that line being introduced, so it nets out the annualized debt servicing so that we're not essentially assigning it to the reserve and then drawing it back out to service the debt. It is netted out from that before that budgeted transfer to reserve.
And through you, Chair, that is exactly correct.
Yes.
The tax levy only goes to three different areas. We use the tax levy to finance operating expenses. We use it to debt service any of our ongoing liabilities, or we use it to transfer to capital reserves so that in the future we can fund our infrastructure renewal. There's only the levy is only allocated to three different areas.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yes, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, the way it was just explained is the way I thought it was, but Jeff, when you explained before, I thought you said the interest was an operating expense.
And through you, Chair. So this interest, let's have a look at existing interest rather than getting confused with new interest. But here's our Claybank Bridge. So we entered into a debt agreement with Infrastructure Ontario for the Claybank Bridge in 2018. That will end in 2028. So on our financial statements in 2019, there was an interest expense of 105,000, which is part of our operating expenses.
Operating?
Correct, on our financial statements, because PSAB requires that interest expense is an expense of operations and must be recorded that way. The principal amount shows only on our balance sheet, on our financial statements at, whatever that original debenture was, less the principal that we paid in 2019. And there's an entire cash flow reconciliation showing where you spent your cash. But that's for financial statement purposes. For the purposes of our long-term financial plan, I have to make sure I have enough money to debt service the interest through the tax levy as well as the principal payment. And that's why the long-term financial plan ensures that I cover 100% of all debt servicing costs, plus operating expenses, plus provision to a reserve for future capital works needs, which is this transfer to the TCA renewal, so that we have enough money to cover our needs over the next 10-year planning horizon. So the plan takes care of everything. The financial statements in PSAB format will not allow you to show this 330 as an operating expense. That's why on our financial statements, we highlight in yellow all of the categories of information that, although you have to tax levy for these things, they will never show up on your PSAB financial statement report. All of these things in yellow fall off the table. Transfers to reserves, transfers from reserves, capital amounts, debt principal amounts, never, ever show on your financial statement of operations. But as we all are aware, council has to make decisions when it comes to levy to ensure you have enough money in the bank to pay for all those things. That's why when we look at our budget document or our internal financial statements, we do a reconciliation between municipal surplus, which includes all these yellow things, and PSAB or accounting surplus, which will be exactly what you'll see in the audited financial statements that our external auditors present to this committee each year in June.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, but and I apologize for belaboring this, but I just want to understand. So is the interest paid out of the 2.5% operating dollars, or is it paid out of the 2.5 plus the growth capital dollars?
Well, we have to levy in 2021 enough money to pay for both.
I appreciate that, but which pool does it come out of? The 2.5 operating or the capital, which is 2.5 plus?
I'm not sure that I understand what your question is.
Okay.
We have to levy this much money to cover both of these items. On the financial statement reporting, we're only going to show 163 at the end of the year, but we have to levy and ensure we have this much money in order to make that provision on a go-forward basis. Perhaps, Councillor Hunt, when we get to the budget workshop, we're actually going to present to you schedules which support the long-term financial plan and clearly show where our tax dollars are coming from, where we spend them in operating dollars, and how we cover principal and interest payments with that. There's only one levy invoice that we send out, and it's got to cover both the capital program and the operating program.
Okay, thank you for that, and I apologize for having a tough time with this one.
No, but I think that what Jeff was proposing for budget workshop will certainly help everybody around the table, Brian. So it's a good note. So I'm just gonna ask, is there anything further on this particular slide? I see nobody. Guys, it's now 1:45. I don't know about the rest of you, but we still have all of our capital to go through, and we do have a closed session.
Oh,
So with your indulgence, I'll just ask if we could break for even half an hour or 20 minutes so that people could recharge and use the washroom, get some, oh, good. Thank you, Jeff. There we go. Hey, okay, is everybody okay with that? Just,
yep.
yeah, okay, good. All right. Yes, Warden.
So, Chair, is it a half-hour break? Is that what you're going to do, or 20 minutes?
Yeah.
I have to go, I have an interview at 1 o'clock. I should be back by 1:10, however.
Okay, that's perfect. So let's call everybody back at 1:15. So Sean, if you could make that happen, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So at this point, we are into the capital budget, and I will turn this back over to Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Chair. And with your agreement, I would share my screen one more time and we will review the capital budget.
Go for it.
I guess just before we get to the capital section, on page 111 is the reserve schedule. The only thing that I would probably try and highlight for this committee, if I make it a little bit bigger.
Much better, thank you.
The last discussion we had centered around two things in the financial expense area. One of them was the transfer to the TCA reserve of $5,828,000. And of course, that shows on our reserve schedule coming into that TCA reserve. And as we discussed earlier in the process, the operations committee now is no longer supporting any of their capital projects directly from the levy. Instead, we are transferring to a reserve for them, an amount of $8,586,092, and they are using that plus a small balance they started with in order to finance their operations. So moving down onto the capital section of the budget, there are two capital budgets that report up and through to this committee. The first one is information technology. There are two items that are going forward here. One is a firewall for the county administration building. In total, $19,400. In addition, we have a virtual server. That virtual server at the CAB supports 5 subsystems: internet filter, our Symantec software, Windows Update, file and print sharing services, as well as, that's kind of cut off, so I'm going to have to go into my details to find that piece of information. That's the file and print sharing server as well as the mail server. So that one virtual server supports 5 subsystems. In addition, a little bit farther down the document, you'll see the Provincial Offenses Department has 2 servers as well that are up for replacement. Our replacement schedule for servers are on a 5-year cycle, and our CAMS server as well as our primary server running the ICON system, both are scheduled for replacement in the 2021 year.
Okay, so I will open it up to the 2 departments that report up through us, but because we were given the entire capital budget, if anybody had, I'll start off with these 2 particular departments. Does anybody have any questions regarding these?
No. Good.
I see none. All right. But I did want to give just a quick opportunity if somebody had a question prior to going into budget workshop about any of the other capital projects. Brian.
Thank you. Through you to Jeff. The CAB building is in at $2 million in here for SDIP. And in the finance expense, there was another transfer to TCA SDIP for $169,000. Could you just explain that to me? I don't fully understand it.
Fossey, do you want to take a stab?
Certainly. I'm going to go back up to this budget because I believe the question resolves around what is this item right here? SDIP savings transfer to the TCA renewal reserve. At the budget workshop, Councillor Hunt, on Monday, we have a number of slides that will talk to council about the savings that we are generating by moving those 5 offices into this building. One of them has already come, which is the POA office. But in addition to that, we have those other offices that will move in the, we're scheduling them to be here at least for 6 months in 2021. So the commercial lease costs that we were paying to third-party landlords are now coming into this building. In addition to that, we have a number of positions that we have identified. Currently, they are vacant because of retirements or individuals who are leaving, and those positions we're not filling. And so we are as we talk to council about, we are embedding those savings on a permanent basis from a variety of departments, and we are repaying the reserves for the amount of money that we borrowed to do this renovation project. So as I mentioned, we have a number of slides to review on Monday to talk about that. But the savings that are coming from a variety of departments, and I'll highlight all of those, total $169,149. And those savings are being reinvested back into the reserves so that we can present to council a payback schedule, which identifies that we are going to repay this renovation in its entirety and then some.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Paul.
So just to add to what Jeff said, this is only a component of what you'll see at the budget workshop, but I'll take you back to June of 2019 when staff presented a business case to County Council for the renovation project. And in that business case, we talked about how we would get there with respect to the service delivery improvement project. Again, as Jeff has indicated, this is one component of those savings that we're already starting to see, and Jeff will go over those in their entirety at the budget workshop.
Yes, and thank you for that, Paul. And in pre-budget, we were given a sneak peek at what we're going to see on Monday. So I think all of County Council will appreciate what these numbers all mean. All right, is there anything further on capital? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not on capital per se, but if we could go back to the schedule of reserves, I have a few questions.
Yes, absolutely.
The first question is on the left-hand side, just adjacent to each of the named columns, you see a reconciliation, or I'm going to use the term reconciliation of reserves because I'd certainly brought it up at multiple prior budget workshops. Each year when we adopt a budget, we have as a starting point what was the forecast year-end balance from each of the reserve accounts. And then each year there was also a forecast made of the various transfers in and out and allocations to capital, et cetera, that led to a forecast closing balance at each year. And then, of course, it repeated as a cycle. That became the opening balance for the next year's budget. So I know that has been a challenge because there have been some substantial changes. But I wonder, this is the first now that I've seen there are now 4 columns there that in my terminology, I'm going to call them reconciling. So we have never before had an audited balance as the opening position. I wonder if Mr. Foss could just speak to this new format a little bit.
Absolutely. That's actually, yeah, that's a very good question. Jeff?
Well, through you, Chair. Traditionally, when we present this reserve schedule at budget time, we start with this column right here. And essentially, it is the budgeted prior year closing balance, but quite often I highlight a number of these reserves in yellow and talk to committee and council about the fact that these were not our budgeted opening reserve positions because they are adjusted by a number of things. And so what I used to do is simply explain to council or committee each one of those yellow items and why they are different from the budget that we would have reviewed and approved in the prior year. So in an effort to make this a little bit more transparent, rather than me knowing what's behind those numbers and why I had shaded some of the reserves in yellow, I've disclosed all of the columns that kind of lead up to that, from our audited year-end December 19 balance, including all of the council-approved budget changes that impacted any of these reserves. And then to that, we have a number of items that we know that did not happen in the 2020 year up to this point in time. And I've identified all of those in this third column. So a total reserve balance of 47 million, plan to reduce it by 9. And in fact, it's going to be $6 million higher than that. So we'll have a total reserve balance moving into this budget of 44,464,000. And the rest of these columns then show you the changes that each of the committees have made to reserves because of the budgets that went forward to committees this week. If in fact everything turns out to be exactly as we budgeted in 2021, we will have a reserve balance in total at the end of 21 at $37 million. In addition to that, on the side, as we typically always do, we identify those reserves which are designated to be part of the funding of the long-term financial plan for future infrastructure renewal, as well as some of those reserves which are shared, not just owned entirely by the County of Renfrew, but are shared between ourselves, the City of Pembroke, the Province of Ontario. So what I've done is I've totaled at the bottom of this schedule all of these Cs, so that this committee and all committees understand that we have a opening balance in capital reserves estimated to be $38 million. And if we spend all of the money as per this 2021 budget, that capital reserve will decrease by $7 million. So we will end 2021 at $31.3 million. So all those columns that Councillor Donahue referred to, instead of the yellow shading and the verbal explanation, I'm just separating all of those things out so everybody understands how we get from our 2019 audited financial statements to our starting point for this 2021 budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. Anything further? I'm just going to scroll here. Yes, Councillor Donahue, supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, if Mr. Foss could scroll to the right again, also with respect to those designated as capital. I know a few years back when I had asked you to identify them, and it had the same legend of CNS. But I do note that the federal gas tax reserve is not identified as a capital, but it was my impression or understanding that it is reserved for infrastructure. Is it not? Would it not be considered a capital reserve?
And through you, Chair, certainly there is no balance in the gas tax reserve because the money that comes in through our grant on an annual basis is what the Public Works Department spends. I don't indicate that as being a capital reserve because on the long-term financial plan, that revenue as well as the OCIF revenue are the senior level of government financial supports to our capital plan. So that's why we don't identify it as being a capital reserve, because we actually show this revenue coming right into our long-term financial plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you for that. I wonder if Mr. Foss then might also scroll back to the left, because I note that it's showing an audited balance in the federal gas tax reserve of zero. But in fact, I remember discussing in, I can't recall whether that was June or August, when we actually had Ms. Black from the auditors. And there was some lengthy discussion about the obligatory reserve funds, because there were some substantial funds left over from the federal gas tax, where typically they had been small enough that an obligatory reserve was not set up. So in the audited year-end financial statements, there was remaining in the federal gas tax reserve $3,353,000. So I'm wondering where that would be allocated, because that was remaining at the end of 2019. And of course, as Mr. Foss had said, that is restricted towards capital investment, and notwithstanding that perhaps it is not perceived as a capital reserve per se, it is certainly part of the funding for our capital plan. So given that it's not identified in that first column, where would we find that?
I thought that was part of TCA. Am I wrong, Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. So as Councillor Donahue mentioned, given the substantial carryover that we had last year with respect to federal gas tax, Council will recall we had a double payment that happened in 2019. We had budgeted and had capital plans in place just for the single payment, but the federal government doubled the payment in 2019, and that balance was set aside as a deferred revenue and not received into income and transferred to reserves. That's why it doesn't appear in the audited column, because it was deferred revenue and not part of our capital reserves.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes, Councillor Donahue.
I'm a little bit confused with that, and I'm certainly prepared, because I think perhaps it might be worthwhile for all of council to hear this. So it is deferred revenue as opposed to a reserve, but then it is also available to meet the needs of our long-term financial plan and our capital expenditures. So perhaps for the budget workshop, if Mr. Foss could put together an explanation of how we differentiate, because it seems to me that would also, as we have noted in this year's capital plan, all of our expenditures are coming directly out of either of the provincial or federal or reserves. So I recognize that this would be has been budgeted for 2021 capital, that is the federal gas tax reserve, but should anything be remaining from that, it is then still available for the next year. And of course, if that is because perhaps we could not complete all of the capital works, then it's understandable. If it is because we have achieved substantial savings, then it can be reallocated to something else. So I'll set that aside at this point, but perhaps we can revisit that, Madam Chair, at budget workshop.
Absolutely. Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
And can I have a final then, because with your indulgence, so it's the first that I became aware. So Mr. Foss can correct me if I'm wrong, as I understood a comment at the outset. So the TCA reserve is essentially that which we are taxing for that is in excess of our operating needs, plus real growth, that is deposited and budgeted directly into TCA, whereas the working capital is where surpluses that are not otherwise utilized at the end of the year, that is where they go. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, Chair, I really understand the question, but the transfer to the TCA reserve is a budgeted item. And in 2021, it's budgeted as it has been in 2020 and 19 and 18. It's all the way back. The transfer to the working capital reserve, we don't budget a surplus. Municipalities are not allowed to budget a surplus. If in fact we have a surplus in a given year based on our actual financial results, we have a policy that transfers that surplus to the working capital reserve. Two separate, distinct things.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Foss. That was the question. Though, of course, as I had said with respect to the council budget, if we know we're budgeting for sums that we have an almost complete lack of expectation of spending, then essentially we are kind of budgeting a surplus there. But it was, so that is the explanation of why we are holding two distinct reserves there, whether we are budgeting for them or not. But it also is an understanding both of those, and in fact, all of those other accounts that are marked C are the means by which we are financing our capital expenditures. So, which leads then to the final question is, I understand and I'm in complete agreement, and I think that it is going to provide a great deal more clarity and transparency that we are now going to levy certain funds that will be deposited into reserves and then utilized by the Public Works or the Operations Department and Committee for improvements to our linear assets. But I'm questioning why we now would utilize a distinct, why not simply levy those for inclusion into the TCA and fund the capital expenditures out of TCA. It was my understanding some time ago, I think, when the initial asset management plan was being put into place and the planning for the long-term financial plan, it was so as that there would be an enterprise reserve and wanted to actually move away from having departmental reserves. So would it not be more seamless to continue to fund all of our capital expenditures out of either TCA or and in fact TCA, because that is where the funds would be deposited that are going to be utilized should be, in my estimation, rather than a public works reserve.
Councillor Donahue, could I also suggest that this is also an answer that all of County Council should hear?
Absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely will defer to your judgment.
I think you're bringing up some very interesting points in reserves, and how they are utilized and what goes into them is certainly a mystery, I'm sure, to lots of us. And I think that your questions are valid, but I think that maybe all 17 of us need to hear the answers. And this also gives Jeff an opportunity to put something together for us for Monday. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. Is there anything further on capital? I see no hands up. All right, so Jeff, if you want to take us off screen. Please and thank you. Excellent. Now I can see all your beautiful faces. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Jeff to just give us a rundown of the changes that we've made. Then I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, discussion and a vote. So Jeff, would you mind just taking us through the changes that we made?
Sure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Beginning in the council department, we have reductions to the 2021 budget for delegations and advocacy efforts of 25,000, convention costs of 52,400, mileage of 22,000, and the warden's banquet of 3,000, for a total of $102,400 in reductions. Within the administration department, we had a decision to move the $10,000 budget pressure for EOWC, that's really a transfer to a reserve, from the budget pressure column back into the 2021 budget column. I do have to tell committee that during the break time, Paul was able to pull up for me a document, a resolution from the EOWC CAOs group, where they are recommending in 2021 the following: that a membership fees remain at $7,500 for 2021, in addition to a one-time contribution of $10,000 from each member municipality in order to replenish the EOWC reserves. So when Paul and I first talked about this issue in December, I knew already that we had paid $17,500 to EOWC in 2020. So when he mentioned that there was a resolution for an additional one-time $10,000 payment, that's why I put this in the budget pressure column. But this is a memo dated January the 8th, and in fact, although they're referring to it as a one-time contribution, this is the second year that it's going to happen as a one-time contribution. So I think if committee will permit, I'll simply remove that $10,000 budget pressure item for EOWC because it's no longer needed. We already have $17,000 provided for that line item in the budget, plus a little bit of additional costs if Paul does get to be attending those meetings once again. And finally, within the financial expenses area, we had the $100,000 insurance pressure that I noted had to be put into that column. And this committee is suggesting that the savings in the council area are going to offset the $100,000 of insurance pressure savings that will be in financial expenses. And I think those are the only changes that I have from this committee.
That's excellent. I saw the warden's hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Morrow. Was there some discussion, it may have been in the fall or actually even in November, which is fall, from the EOWC regarding some of the funding, that extra advocacy funding was going towards finishing that comprehensive review of the long-term care homes in Eastern Ontario. Am I correct in that?
You are correct, Warden, but what they've asked for is the membership fee of approximately $7,000 and then the additional one-time bump up of $10,000. So as Jeff has indicated, it covers that additional cost.
That's great news. I just assumed that that was an extra 10,000 for advocacy. That's great. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I'm in complete agreement or just near complete agreement with Mr. Foss's recommendation. But as we have found $102,000 to reallocate, not to reduce, but to reallocate, and it was $100,000 is the forecast for the insurance, that the other $2,000 also be utilized somewhere in the enterprise, the County of Renfrew enterprise, as an offset to budgetary pressures, as opposed to reducing by that final $2,000.
I'm in full agreement of that. Even though it's $2,000, every little bit helps. Councillor Doncaster.
Before we continue on with this, I guess I would start by prefacing this remark with I don't necessarily agree with these the process. We looked at specifically the council section of the budget, and we looked at stuff that we looked at items that we reasonably accepted the fact that we wouldn't have those expenses, and against the caution of the treasurer, we're going to reduce those items, knowing full well that in 2022, should things come back to some type of normal, that we're going to have an issue, or we're going to have to deal with those budget issues at that point in time. Translate that to the POA budget, where whether it's we accept the fact that we're not going to realize the revenue that we're budgeting for, or we take historical data like we did on the expense side in the council budget, the historical data of that POA revenue, but we're not using the same philosophy. We're not reducing that revenue in the budget. So if we're going to be doing it on the expense side, we should be doing it on the revenue side also. As I said, I don't necessarily agree with them, but I wanted to point out that we're not treating the known or projected reductions in revenues the same as we are known or projected decreases in expenses.
Noted, but I thought that Jeff said that we were going to use some of our Safe Restart, our COVID funding for a portion of that. And of course, even though people might not be paying their fines now, there will be a comeuppance, right? This can't go on forever.
Not based on the historical data. So
well, the other thing I'm going to
just making the point.
Yep, noted. The other thing I'm going to ask for when we're done this discussion is I'm going to ask Connie just to read out the letters that we asked the warden to sign, and of course, one or two of those has to do with POA. Okay, is there anything further Oh, I need a mover and seconder. I'm sorry. Moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Hunt. Any further discussion on the changes? All in favor?
Chair, I think Mr. Foss had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
Pardon me, Chair, but back to the issue of we have 102,400 in savings and 100,000 offset of the insurance pressure. If you wanted to find another home to park $2,400, I think you'd want to make that motion or do that, or we can simply not reduce the convention in the councillor area by 52,400. If you reduced it only by 50,000, you're going to hit exactly $100,000 in each area, and they both offset. So just for your information.
That sounds reasonable. Would the mover and seconder be okay with that? Brian's nodding.
I will abide that, absolutely.
Okay, that makes things so much cleaner. Thank you, Jeff. Great suggestion. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? All right. Opposed? Okay, noted. And Connie, would you very kindly just read out the letters that we've asked the warden to send to various ministries?
Certainly, through you, Chair. The first letter we have is that the Finance and Administration Committee direct that Warden Robinson send a letter to MPAC seeking clarifications on the cost details of their business and providing further details on this information. The second resolution, oh, sorry, Chair, did you want to move her in a seconder? Who moved and who
I was
seconded?
going to do them all together. Is that all right?
Oh, certainly. Okay, perfect.
Paul, do I need to do them separately?
Well, I think what Connie's going to tell you is they already have movers and seconders.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So excellent. So
Yes.
who are the mover and seconder?
Okay, so the MPAC letter, the mover is Councillor Donahue, seconded by Chair Murphy.
Excellent. So if there's no further discussion on the impact letter, which I think we all think is important, I will ask for the all in favor. Thank you. All right, Connie, continue, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The second letter is moved, resolution is moved by Warden Robinson, seconded by Councillor Peckett, that the Finance and Administration Committee direct that Warden Robinson send a letter to the Renfrew County and District Health Unit seeking further details on the 8.5% increase, whether it is related to programs and or COVID-related expenses, and if they have reviewed any efficiencies within their organization over the past 12 months.
Thank you. So I will call for the vote. All in favor? We're cleaning stuff up left, right, and center here. Thank you, Connie. Is there another one, of course?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the third and final letter is moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Peckett, that the Finance and Administration Committee direct the warden to send a letter to Minister Jones seeking clarification on the substantive decrease in the number of fines being dispensed in 2020.
Excellent. Anything further on that? Councillor Donahue.
Just for clarity, Madam Chair, and perhaps Mr. Morrow can confirm, I do not believe that Ms. Jones is designated as a minister. I think she is the Solicitor General, just for clarity.
She is in fact the sole gen, but they do refer to her as minister, but yes, you are correct. It's the Solicitor General.
Thank you.
I think that can be a friendly amendment if the mover and seconder are okay with that. Yep, great. Thank you. All right, Connie, thank you for that. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right, thanks very much. All right, now I need a mover and a seconder to accept the Corporate Services Department report as a whole. Moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Donahue. Anything further on Jeff's report? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, so We do have a closed meeting, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder to go into closed, and then I'm going to ask everybody to ensure that they are alone wherever they are. So I need a mover and a seconder. The closed meeting will be pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Hunt, seconded by the warden. All in favor? So I'm going to ask for a verbal that you are alone wherever you are.